Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Last summer, I made the decision to venture into the MSD wilderness, deep in the heart of Florida's Everglades. It was late July, the kind of oppressive heat that makes the air shimmer and distort above the dirt trails. I had been hiking for nearly 4 hours, my boots caked with mud and debris, my shirt soaked through with sweat that wouldn't evaporate in the thick humidity. The weight of my pack dug into my shoulders with familiar pressure, but I welcomed it. This was my ritual. My escape from the constant digital noise of modern life. I'd done dozens of these solo expeditions over the years, each one a chance to silence the chaos and reconnect with something primal and honest. The trail stretched ahead of me, winding through dense palmetto scrub and stands of cypress trees whose gnarled roots rose from the dark water like arthritic fingers. Spanish moss hung in gray curtains from the branches, and the wet earth released its ancient smell with every footfall. Mosquitoes whined around my ears despite the repellent I'd slathered on my exposed skin. My water bottle was nearly empty, warm from the heat, but I rationed it carefully. I knew these trails well enough to trust my navigation, to know where the next reliable water source would be. The deeper I pushed into the wilderness, the more the familiar sounds of the Everglades surrounded me. Frogs croaked in rhythmic chorus from hidden pools. Birds called to each other in languages I couldn't understand but found comforting nonetheless. Somewhere in the distance, an alligator bellowed, that prehistoric rumble that reminded me I was far from civilization. This was exactly what I needed. Solitude, challenge, and the raw honesty of nature where nothing pretended to be anything other than what it was. After a while, something changed. It started as a low hum somewhere off to my left, initially so subtle that I almost dismissed it as my imagination or the blood rushing through my ears from exertion. It reminded me of a distant lawnmower, that mechanical drone that carries across suburban neighborhoods on weekend mornings. But this was the Everglades, miles from any maintained property or human habitation. The sound didn't belong here. I stopped walking, tilting my head to listen more carefully. My breathing had grown ragged from the pace I'd been maintaining, so I focused on slowing it down, trying to isolate the noise from the natural ambient sounds of the wetlands. Insects were obviously everywhere out here, a constant presence that you learn to ignore or go mad from their incessant noise. But what I was hearing that day felt fundamentally different from the usual buzz of mosquitoes or the electric hum of cicadas. The sound grew steadily louder. It developed into a steady thrum that I could feel as much as hear, a vibration that seemed to resonate in my chest cavity like standing too close to a bass speaker. My hand instinctively went to my sternum, pressing against the bone as if I could somehow muffle the sensation from the inside. The hair on my forearm stood up, and a trickle of sweat ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the oppressive heat. I scanned the trees and bushes around me, searching for the source. The canopy above filtered the harsh sunlight into a greenish gloom that made everything look slightly unreal. Shadows pooled in the undergrowth, and my eyes darted from one dark spot to another, expecting something to leap out at any moment. But there was nothing visible, just the empty sky above me visible through gaps in the foliage, just the unmoving vegetation, and that noise getting impossibly louder as whatever was making it drew closer and closer. The sound intensified until it felt like it was right on top of me. So loud now that it drowned out every other noise in the Everglades. My hands had gone numb, and I realized I was holding my breath. Every muscle in my body tensed as if preparing for impact. Then suddenly, I saw it. It was a beetle, but calling it simply a beetle felt inadequate. Like calling a tsunami a wave. This thing was massive, easily the size of a football as it burst from the tree line about 20 yards away. It moved through the air with surprising speed, banking and turning with predatory grace before starting to fly in circles directly above my head. The sound it made was unlike anything I'd ever heard from an insect. It was a chattering, buzzing noise that reminded me of hornets, but deeper, more resonant, and infinitely more unsettling. The pitch fluctuated as it flew, creating an almost musical quality that made my teeth ache. I remember freezing on the spot, my neck craning awkwardly as I tracked its movement above me. My hiking poles had fallen from my slack fingers and lay forgotten on the trail. In all my years hiking these wilderness areas, I'd encountered plenty of unusual wildlife. I'd seen gnarly-looking stag beetles with mandibles like tree branches, massive cicadas that looked more like toys than living things, and those nasty giant horseflies whose bites felt like bee stings and left welts that lasted for days. But nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared me for this creature. Its body was a very dark green, almost black in the shadows, with a slight metallic sheen that caught the filtered sunlight as it moved. The exoskeleton looked segmented and incredibly hard, like pieces of armor that had been fitted together by some insane craftsman. Hooked legs dangled beneath it, twitching and grasping at the air as if searching for something to grab onto. The wings were translucent and veined, beating so fast they created a visible blur around the creature's body. By all laws of physics and biology that I understood, something that large and heavily built shouldn't have been able to achieve flight, let alone maintain the aerial agility it was demonstrating. Yet there it was, circling me at about 10 feet up, completely defying my understanding of what insects could or should be able to do. I wasn't scared at first. Not truly scared. Not in that primal way that makes you want to run until your lungs give out. I was shocked, certainly, amazed and confused and more than a little unnerved. But I'd dealt with wildlife before. I'd had encounters with black bears that had gotten too curious about my food cache, coral snakes that I'd nearly stepped on, and even a Florida panther once that had stalked me for nearly a mile before losing interest. Weird as this beetle was, oversized and strange, it was still just a bug. Nothing I couldn't handle with some insect spray, or if it came to it, the bottom of my boot. I adjusted my pack, squared my shoulders, and started walking again at a measured pace. I kept my movements smooth and deliberate, not wanting to trigger any predatory response by running. Part of me expected the beetle to lose interest and buzz off into the trees like any normal insect would, but it didn't. Instead, the sound shifted dramatically, dropping to a lower register that I felt in my bones. When I glanced up again, my stomach dropped. The beetle was descending, coming down fast in a controlled dive that spoke of intention and purpose. It stopped abruptly about a foot from my face, its wings still hammering the air with such force that I could feel the wind against my skin. Then it just hovered there, perfectly still except for those blur of wings, and its eyes locked onto mine. Those eyes. God help me, those eyes. They were enormous, taking up nearly half of the creature's head, each one roughly the size of a golf ball. But it wasn't their size that made my heart stutter and my breath catch in my throat. They were huge, black, glossy orbs, but they weren't like any insect eyes I'd ever seen before. Most bugs have compound eyes, thousands of tiny lenses creating a fractured view of the world. These were different. They were smooth, deep, and wet-looking, like pools of crude oil or liquid obsidian. The surface seemed to move, swirling with depths that shouldn't have been possible in something organic. And they watched me, not just reflexively detecting motion the way a spider or fly might register movement, not just instinctually responding to a potential threat or food source. There was something intelligent behind those alien orbs, something that knew I was there, that understood I was a thinking, feeling being, and that was examining me with what I could only describe as interest or perhaps evaluation. My skin erupted in goosebumps despite the suffocating heat. Cold fear washed through my veins, replacing the earlier warmth of exertion with icy dread. I couldn't move. My legs had locked in place, every muscle rigid with terror. I couldn't even blink, couldn't look away from those bottomless black eyes that seemed to pull at me, drawing my consciousness toward them like gravity. Time became meaningless. It felt like I stood there for hours, pinned by that inhuman gaze, but it was probably only seconds. My rational mind screamed at me to move, to run, to do something, but my body refused to obey. All I could do was stare back at the creature, feeling incredibly small and vulnerable and utterly out of my depth. Then, with a sharp flick of its wings, the beetle simply darted away. It moved with startling speed, shooting sideways and vanishing into the dense foliage as if it had never been there at all. I stood there long after the beetle disappeared, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. Sweat poured down my face, stinging my eyes, and my hands were shaking so badly that when I tried to pick up my dropped hiking poles, I fumbled them twice before getting a secure grip. I wiped my face with my sleeve, trying to physically brush away the memory of those eyes. But the image was burned into my mind like a brand. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, just a strange encounter with unusual wildlife. The Everglades were full of creatures that had adapted to survive in this harsh environment. Things that looked alien and acted in ways that seemed almost supernatural. This was just another one of them, probably some rare species that scientists hadn't properly documented yet. There was nothing to fear from a beetle, no matter how large or strange it appeared. But even as I tried to rationalize the encounter, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The hike didn't feel relaxing anymore. Every rustle in the bushes made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide something with glossy black eyes. I caught myself constantly checking the sky, scanning the gaps in the canopy, listening for that distinctive buzz. The peaceful solitude I'd been seeking had transformed into oppressive isolation. There was no one to call for help, no one who would hear me scream if something went wrong. By late afternoon, my legs were burning with fatigue, and my water had run completely dry. I needed to stop, to rest and regroup. I found a relatively clear spot near a cypress tree with good overhead cover and began setting up my hammock with mechanical precision, trying to focus on the familiar task to calm my nerves. I pulled some dried fruit and jerky from my pack, laying them out on a bandana. But when I tried to eat, the food turned to sawdust in my mouth. I should have been ravenous after hours of hiking in brutal heat, but I had no appetite whatsoever. My stomach was twisted in knots and every bite felt like swallowing stones. My mind kept replaying the encounter obsessively, examining every detail. The way the beetle had moved, purposeful and deliberate. The impossible size of it. Those eyes. God, those eyes. Smooth and wet and aware in a way that insects shouldn't be. I tried to remember if I'd read anything about beetles that could grow to such enormous sizes. If there was some environmental factor in the Everglades that could produce such mutations. But nothing in my admittedly limited knowledge of entomology explained what I'd seen. I crawled into my hammock early before the sun had fully set, hoping that sleep might reset my overwrought nerves and help me see things more clearly in the morning. But rest didn't come easily. The normal sounds of the Everglades at twilight, the frogs beginning their evening chorus, the calls of night birds, the splash of something moving through water, all seemed amplified and threatening. Every noise made me tense, my eyes snapping open to scan the darkening spaces between the trees. When sleep finally claimed me, the dreams came fast and vicious. I was back on the trail, but everything was wrong. The sky was the color of a bruise, purple and black and sickly yellow. The trees had become twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching for me like clawed hands, and everywhere, surrounding me, pressing in from all sides, was the buzzing. It was overwhelming, drowning out even my own thoughts, a wall of sound that seemed to come from above me, behind me, inside my head. I spun in circles in the dream, searching for the source, but I couldn't see the beetle anywhere. I knew it was there, though, felt its presence like a physical weight on my chest, crushing the air from my lungs. Then its eyes appeared, floating in the darkness like twin moons, even bigger than before. They were unblinking, infinite, pulling me toward them with irresistible force. I tried to scream, to turn away, but I was frozen, falling forward into those bottomless pools of black. As I started to drown in them, to feel my identity dissolving into the darkness, my hands flew to my throat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't. I woke up gasping and thrashing, almost pitching myself out of the hammock onto the ground below. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might be having a cardiac event. For several terrifying seconds, I couldn't remember where I was, could only feel the phantom sensation of drowning, of being pulled into something vast and hungry. Then reality reasserted itself slowly. I was in the Everglades. I was in my hammock. I was safe. Except I didn't feel safe at all. The darkness around me buzzed with the night songs of countless creatures, and I lay there rigid with fear, listening intently, trying to separate out individual sounds from the cacophony. Every noise sounded like wings to my paranoid ears. Every shift in the breeze felt like something large moving through the air nearby. I stared up at the canopy above me, at the patches of star-studded sky visible through the leaves, half expecting to see that massive silhouette appear at any moment. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay in my hammock watching the sky slowly lighten from black to deep blue to the pale gray of dawn. The moment there was enough light to see by, I practically tore my campsite apart in my haste to pack up. My original plan had been to stay another day, to loop back through a different trail system and really immerse myself in the wilderness experience. But I couldn't do it. I needed out. I needed concrete and crowds and the reassuring normalcy of civilization. The hike back to the parking lot was 6 miles of pure torture. I set a brutal pace, pushing myself harder than I'd pushed in years, barely stopping even to drink what little water I'd been able to purify from a stream. My legs were burning. My pack was digging into my shoulders, creating raw spots that would probably blister, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't slow down. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get out of this place as fast as humanly possible. I kept my head on a swivel the entire way, jerking at every sound, my neck muscles aching from the constant tension. My ears strained to detect any hint of that buzzing sound over my own labored breathing and the crunch of my boots on the trail. Birds took flight from trees ahead of me, and each time my heart would stop, certain that it was the beetle, that it had found me again, that those eyes would pin me in place. The parking lot came into view around noon, and I nearly sobbed with relief. My beaten-up sedan sat alone in the gravel lot, exactly where I'd left it, looking like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I didn't even slow down, just threw my gear into the trunk with no care for organization, slammed it shut, and locked all the doors before I'd even caught my breath properly. The drive home was absolutely insane. 2 hours of winding 2-lane roads, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, gripping so hard my fingers went numb. I kept checking the rearview mirror compulsively, expecting to see that beetle flying behind the car, those black eyes reflecting in my mirrors, watching me through the rear window. I knew how irrational that was. Insects didn't chase cars, didn't follow specific humans for miles. But I couldn't stop myself from looking, couldn't shake the paranoid certainty that I was still being observed. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, I sat in the car for a solid 10 minutes, just breathing, trying to convince myself I was truly safe now. The normalcy of the parking lot, the other cars, the sound of a television from someone's window, the smell of someone grilling dinner, felt like waking up from a nightmare. I dumped my pack in the garage without even unpacking it properly, and went straight to the shower, letting the hot water blast away the sweat and dirt, and hopefully some of the terror. I stood under the spray until the water ran cold, scrubbing my skin until it was red and raw. I told myself repeatedly that I was overreacting, that I was experiencing some kind of late-onset entomophobia. That's the clinical term for an irrational fear of insects, and God knows I had that now. And yes, the beetle had seemed huge, football-sized even, but perspective could be tricky in stressful situations. It was probably much smaller in reality, just a normal beetle that had seemed larger because of fear and adrenaline and the disorientation of the deep wilderness. But that night, lying in my own bed with the door locked and the windows closed despite the heat, I kept seeing those eyes, black and bottomless, knowing, intelligent, in a way that made my skin crawl. They were waiting there behind my eyelids every time I tried to close them, waiting to pull me down into their depths. I got up eventually and grabbed my laptop, spending hours searching online. I looked up big beetles, wilderness insects, rare species of Coleoptera, anything that might match what I'd seen. The closest matches were some oversized species from South America, Hercules beetles and Titan beetles that could reach impressive sizes. But none of them quite fit. None of them had eyes like that. None of them had that same presence, that sense of awareness that had frozen me in place on the trail. Days passed, then weeks, and I didn't say a word to anyone about the encounter. Not my buddies who hiked regularly and would have understood the appeal of solo wilderness trips. Not my nerdy younger brother who might actually have been interested in helping me research unusual insects. I was scared they'd think I was crazy, that they'd laugh or worse, look at me with that pitying expression people get when they think someone is losing it. How could I explain what those eyes had made me feel? How could I convey the bone-deep certainty that I'd seen something that shouldn't exist? The hiking gear still sits in my garage, gathering dust and spider webs. I haven't been back to the Everglades or any other wilderness area. I've tried to convince myself to go, have even driven to trailheads a few times, but I can't make myself get out of the car. The fear is too strong, too visceral. What if it's out there waiting? What if it remembers me the way I remember it? I stick to the city now, finding comfort in concrete and crowds. The only bugs I encounter are cockroaches and the occasional housefly. The only buzzing I hear is traffic and construction and all the mechanical sounds of human civilization. My friends don't understand why I've stopped hiking, why I've given up something I used to talk about constantly. I make excuses about being busy with work, about wanting to try new hobbies, about anything except the truth. And I never thought I'd ever say this in a million years, but now I actually feel safer here. Surrounded by steel and glass and artificial lights, the wilderness no longer calls to me with promises of peace and solitude. Now it only whispers of black eyes in the shadows, watching, waiting, remembering. Sometimes I still dream about those eyes and I wake up with my hands at my throat, gasping for air, drowning in darkness that shouldn't exist outside of nightmares. I tell myself that one day I'll go back, that I'll reclaim that part of my life that the beetle took from me. But deep down I know the truth. Whatever I saw out there in the Everglades, whatever intelligence looked at me through those impossible eyes, it changed something fundamental in me. The wilderness isn't mine anymore. It belongs to things I can't understand, things that remind me how small and fragile we really are. And maybe that's the real horror, not the beetle itself, but the knowledge it left me with. The certainty that we're not alone in the wild places, that something ancient and alien and utterly indifferent to our existence watches from the shadows, something that flies on impossible wings and sees with eyes that look into your soul. I'm safe now, I tell myself every night. Safe in my locked apartment, safe in my city of millions. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I swear I can hear it. That deep, resonant buzzing, just at the edge of hearing, and I have to check the windows, have to peer into the darkness outside, searching for glossy black orbs reflecting the streetlights. They're never there, but someday, I fear they might be. It was early June of 2017 when I took the assignment that would change everything. I'd been working as a trail guide at Pine Ridge Wilderness Park for 3 years by then, and I thought I knew every inch of those woods. The pay wasn't great, barely enough to cover rent on my studio apartment. But at 26, I wasn't looking for wealth. I wanted the open air, the quiet, the kind of solitude that made sense to me in ways that cities never could. My supervisor, a grizzled outdoorsman named Gerald, called me into his office that Tuesday morning. The sun was barely up, casting long shadows through the dusty windows of our small headquarters building. He leaned back in his chair, which groaned under his weight, and studied me with those calculating eyes of his. "I need someone to scout the Ridgeback Trail," he said, tapping a weathered map spread across his desk. "Got a group coming in Friday, 12 hikers, couple of families. Haven't had anyone out that way in, 8 months? Maybe 9? I nodded, already mentally preparing. The Ridgeback Trail wasn't popular with tourists. It was longer than our other routes, more demanding, and it didn't offer the scenic overlooks that people wanted for their Instagram photos. But it cut through some of the densest, oldest forest in the park. The kind of wilderness that felt truly untouched. "Just the usual check?" I asked. "Yeah. Fallen trees, washouts, animal activity. You know the drill." He pushed a checklist across the desk toward me. "Should take you 4, maybe 5 hours round trip. Radio in when you reach the turnaround point." I took the clipboard and stood. "I'll head out within the hour." As I left his office, I felt a flutter of anticipation. Scouting was one of the easiest parts of my job, but I'd always enjoyed it. There was something meditative about walking alone through the forest, checking off boxes, being the first person to set foot on a path in months. It made me feel useful, necessary. I should have noticed the way Gerald watched me leave, concern flickering in his expression. But I didn't. The morning was perfect, cool but not cold. With a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth, I packed my backpack with the essentials: water bottles, trail snacks, a first aid kit, my radio, and a map even though I knew the route. I also brought my Tamagotchi, that little digital pet I'd kept alive since college, more out of nostalgia than anything else. It hung from a carabiner on my pack, its tiny screen displaying a happy pixel creature. The trailhead was empty when I arrived. Most hikers didn't show up until late morning, and by then I'd be miles deep into the forest. I signed the logbook, noting my entry time as 7:23 a.m., and started walking. The first hour was routine. I checked the trail markers, found them all intact, noted some deer tracks in the soft earth, photographed a section where erosion had started to wear away the path's edge, something we'd need to reinforce before bringing a group through. The forest was alive with bird calls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the whisper of wind through the canopy above. By the second hour, I'd reached the section we called the deep woods. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick enough that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around them. The canopy was so dense that the sunlight barely penetrated, creating a perpetual twilight even at midday. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I felt the dampness in the air, that particular moistness that only existed in old-growth forests. This was where the trail became truly isolated. Cell service had died miles back. The radio would work, but only if I was calling back to headquarters. There was no one else out here to hear me. I was as alone as a person could be in the modern world. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how lucky I was to have this job, this moment, this perfect solitude. I had no idea how quickly peace could transform into nightmare. I was about 3 hours into my hike, deep in the heart of the forest where the trail narrowed and wound between moss-covered boulders, when I first felt that something was wrong. It wasn't dramatic, no breaking branches, no sudden sounds, just a shift in the atmosphere, like the pressure change before a storm. The birds had stopped singing. I paused, listening. The forest around me was utterly silent except for the whisper of wind through the leaves. Even that seemed muted, distant. My hand went instinctively to the radio on my belt, but I didn't pull it out. Not yet. I told myself I was being paranoid, that forests went quiet all the time. A hawk flying overhead could do it. A bear passing through would certainly cause every smaller creature to shut up and hide. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I continued forward, my senses heightened now, alert to every shadow and movement. The trail here required me to step over a fallen log, duck under a low-hanging branch. I was focused on my footing when I heard it, the snap of a twig behind me, too heavy to be a squirrel, too deliberate to be accidental. I spun around. 2 men stood on the trail behind me, perhaps 15 feet away. They must have been following me, stepping in my footsteps to mask the sound of their approach. Now they'd stopped trying to hide. My stomach plummeted. Everything in my body screamed danger. They looked like they'd been living rough. The taller one wore a torn jacket that might have once been blue, now stained with dirt and what looked like oil. His face was covered in a patchy beard, and his eyes had that hollow, desperate look that I'd seen before in people who'd been using hard drugs. The shorter man was stockier, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing arms covered in amateur tattoos. But it was his smile that terrified me, too wide, too friendly, completely at odds with the situation. "Hey there," the smiling one said, his voice pleasant and conversational. "Didn't mean to startle you." I took a step backward. My hand went to my radio. But before I could grab it, the tall one moved forward with surprising speed. He pulled something from his jacket, a hunting knife with a 6-inch blade that caught what little light filtered through the trees. "Don't," he said sharply. "Don't touch that radio. Don't scream. Don't do anything stupid." My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears, feel it in my throat. Every survival instinct I had was firing at once. Run, fight, freeze. But I forced myself to stay calm, to think. These men had the advantage. They'd chosen this spot deliberately, where the trail was narrow and surrounded by dense forest. I couldn't outrun them. I probably couldn't fight them. My only option was to comply and hope they'd leave me alive. "Okay," I said, raising my hand slowly. "Okay. It's fine. I'm not going to do anything." The tall one, the one with the knife, moved closer. His movements were jerky, aggressive. He was high on something or coming down from it. That made him unpredictable, dangerous. The blade in his hand trembled slightly, and I found myself fixated on it, watching the way it moved. "Give me your bag," he demanded. His voice was harsh, strained. "Now. Give it to me now, or I swear I'll cut you. I'll cut you right now." I slipped my backpack off my shoulders, moving slowly, trying not to trigger him. My hands were shaking. I could feel sweat trickling down my spine despite the cool air. As I held the bag out to him, he snatched it away and tossed it to his companion, who caught it and immediately started rifling through the contents. "What else?" the tall one said, stepping even closer. The knife was inches from my chest now. I could see rust on the blade, or maybe it was dried blood. "What else you got? Phone? Wallet?" "My phone's dead," I lied. It was actually in my pocket, but I knew better than to hand over my only potential lifeline. "My wallet's in the bag. There's about $40 in there. That's all I have." The smiling one pulled out my wallet, counted the cash, and nodded. "She's telling the truth. Not much here." He kept going through my things, pulling out my water bottles, my first aid kit. Then he found my Tamagotchi, still hanging from its carabiner. He held it up, examining it with apparent amusement. "What the hell is this?" "Just a toy," I said quietly. "It's worthless." "Cute," he said, pocketing it anyway. "I'll keep it." The tall one was getting more agitated. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. The knife still pointed at me. "This is bullshit. There's gotta be more. Check her pockets." Before I could react, the smiling one stepped forward and started patting down my jacket. His hands were rough, invasive. I stood rigid, barely breathing, as he checked my pockets. He found my phone. "Liar," he said, but his voice was still pleasant, almost cheerful. He slipped my phone into his jacket. "See, it pays to be thorough." The tall one grabbed my shoulder, spinning me around roughly. I stumbled, barely keeping my balance on the uneven trail. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what they planned to do next. Were they going to let me go, or was this about to get much worse? "Put your hands behind your back," the smiling one said. His pleasant tone had finally developed an edge. Terror flooded through me. "Wait," I said, my voice coming out higher than I wanted. "Wait, please. You have my stuff. Just go. I won't report this. I won't tell anyone. I'll say I lost my bag. Please." "Shut up," the tall one snarled, pressing the knife against the small of my back. I could feel it through my shirt, cold and sharp. "Do what he says." I put my hands behind my back. My whole body was trembling now, and I couldn't hide it. I felt rough fabric being wrapped around my wrists, torn strips of cloth that smelled of body odor and mildew. They pulled it tight, so tight the material dug into my skin. I tested the bonds instinctively and found them completely secure. I couldn't move my hands at all. Then something else was being tied over my eyes. Another rag, this one even filthier, reeking of sweat and dirt and something else I couldn't identify. The world went dark. Without sight, my other senses amplified. I could hear them breathing, moving around me. I could smell them, unwashed bodies, cigarette smoke, something chemical and sharp. "Please," I said again, hating how my voice shook. "Please don't leave me like this. There are bears in these woods, mountain lions. If I'm tied up, I can't defend myself. I'll die out here." For a moment there was silence. I held my breath, hoping that maybe, somehow, this appeal to basic human decency would work, that they'd realize what they were doing. Leaving someone helpless in the wilderness was tantamount to murder. Then they started laughing. It was the worst sound I'd ever heard. Not nervous laughter or uncomfortable chuckling, but genuine, delighted amusement, like I'd told the funniest joke they'd heard in years. "You hear that?" the tall one said between laughs. "She's worried about bears." "That ain't our problem, sweetheart," the smiling one said, and I could hear the grin in his voice. "That's all you. You figure it out." I heard footsteps, the crunch of leaves and twigs as they walked away. I stood frozen, listening as the sounds grew fainter. They were leaving me. Actually leaving me here, blind and bound, miles from help, in one of the most remote sections of the forest. The footsteps faded completely. The forest was silent again except for my own ragged breathing and the thundering of my heart. I was alone. For the first few seconds after they left, I just stood there, overwhelmed by terror and disbelief. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. I was supposed to be doing a routine trail check. I was supposed to radio Gerald in another hour, confirm everything was fine, and hike back in time for lunch. Instead, I was blindfolded and tied up in the middle of nowhere, left to die. That thought, "left to die," sparked something in me. Anger, maybe, or survival instinct. Whatever it was, it cut through the panic and gave me focus. I wasn't going to die out here. I refused to die out here because two pieces of trash decided my life was worth less than $40 and a digital pet. I started working at the bindings on my wrists. The position was awkward. My hands were tied behind my back, and whoever had done the knot knew what they were doing. I couldn't reach the actual knot, couldn't get any leverage on it, but I could feel where the fabric wrapped around my wrists, could sense a tiny bit of give in the material. I twisted my hands, pulling hard against the binding. Pain shot up my arms as the rough cloth dug into my skin. I could feel it scraping, rubbing raw spots that would probably bleed, but I kept going, twisting and pulling, trying to create slack. My shoulders began to ache from the strain. Sweat was running down my face, mixing with tears of frustration and fear. The blindfold was making it hard to breathe, or maybe that was just the panic threatening to overwhelm me again. I forced myself to take slow, steady breaths through my nose. Twist, pull, ignore the pain. Twist, pull, keep going. Time became meaningless. I had no idea if I'd been working at the ropes for 5 minutes or 50. My arms felt like they were on fire. The skin on my wrist was definitely bleeding now. I could feel the wet slickness of blood making the cloth slippery. Maybe that would help. I changed tactics, trying to work one hand free rather than loosening both bindings at once. I focused all my energy on my right hand, pulling down and twisting, trying to compress my hand small enough to slip through the loop of fabric. The pain was excruciating. My thumb bent at an angle that felt wrong, my wrist bones grinding against the tight binding, but something was giving. The cloth was stretching, or my hand was compressing, or both. I could feel progress, could sense that I was close. One more pull, one more twist, one more. My right hand slipped free. The relief was so intense I almost cried out. I quickly brought my hands around front, fumbling at the remaining binding on my left wrist. My fingers were clumsy, shaking, slick with blood, but I managed to unwrap the cloth and throw it to the ground. The blindfold came off next. I yanked it away from my eyes, blinking in the dim forest light that suddenly seemed blazingly bright after the complete darkness. I was free. I didn't waste time celebrating or checking my injuries. Those men might still be nearby. They might come back. Every second I spent standing here was a second I wasn't putting distance between myself and them. I started running. My hands throbbed with every movement, my wrists screaming in pain. But I didn't slow down. I ran back down the trail the way I'd come. my feet pounding against the packed earth. Tree branches whipped at my face and arms. I stumbled over roots and rocks but caught myself, kept moving, pushed harder. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow looked like it might be one of them, waiting to grab me. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, to feel hands on my shoulders, to see that knife again. My breath came in gasping sobs, my lungs burning from the exertion and fear. The trail seemed endless. Had it always been this long? Why couldn't I see familiar landmarks? Was I even going the right way? The panic started creeping back in, whispering that I was lost, that I was running deeper into the forest instead of toward safety. But then I saw it. A trail marker I recognized. One of the ones I'd photographed earlier that morning. I was going the right way. I was getting closer to the trailhead. I pushed harder, finding reserves of energy I didn't know I had. My legs were burning. My chest was on fire. My hands were leaving bloody smears on tree trunks as I used them to steady myself around tight corners. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The forest began to lighten. The trees were thinning. I was getting close. And then finally, I saw it. The trailhead parking lot. And beyond it, the small headquarters building. I'd made it. I burst out of the tree line and ran across the parking lot. My legs nearly gave out as I reached the building, slamming through the door with enough force to make it bang against the wall. Gerald jumped up from his desk, his face going pale as he saw me. "Call 911, I gasped, barely able to form words. "Call them now." Gerald didn't ask questions. He grabbed the phone and dialed, then handed it to me. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it, leaving bloody smudges on the receiver. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional. I tried to match that calm as I told her what had happened. But I could hear my voice breaking, could feel myself starting to come apart now that I was safe. 2 men, deep on the Ridgeback Trail. Robbery, assault, left me tied up. I managed to escape. No, I didn't know which direction they went. No, I didn't get a good look at their faces. Yes, I was hurt, but nothing serious, just cuts and bruises. The paramedics arrived first, then the police. I sat in the break room as they checked me over, cleaning and bandaging my torn wrists, checking my vital signs. I was going into shock, they said. That explained why I couldn't seem to get warm even though someone had wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. The police officers were thorough, asking me to describe everything I could remember about the men. Height, weight, clothing, distinguishing features. I did my best, but it all felt jumbled in my mind. The tall one with the knife, the shorter one with the smile, dirty clothes, beards, the smell of them, that terrible laughter. They asked if I could show them where it happened. I shook my head immediately. I couldn't go back there. Not today. Maybe not ever. Just thinking about returning to that spot made my chest tighten with fear. The officers exchanged glances. "We'll send a team out," one of them said. "But I have to be honest with you. If these guys know the woods, they're probably long gone by now. We'll do what we can, but..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. I understood. They'd gotten away with it. They'd keep my backpack, my phone, my $40, my stupid Tamagotchi, and they'd keep walking free, maybe doing the same thing to someone else. Gerald drove me home that evening. He'd insisted I take the rest of the week off, paid. "Nothing like this has ever happened to one of my guides," he kept saying, shaking his head. "Nothing even close. In 15 years of running this place, nothing like this." I sat in the passenger seat staring out the window, barely seeing the landscape passing by. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, analyzing every moment. What could I have done differently? Should I have tried to fight? Should I have screamed, even knowing no one would hear? Should I have had a weapon? But deep down, I knew the truth. I'd done everything right. I'd survived. That was what mattered. When Gerald dropped me off at my apartment, he gripped my shoulder. "Take care of yourself," he said, "and call me if you need anything at all." I nodded, managed a weak smile, and went inside. That night I sat in my apartment with all the lights on, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed threatening. I knew logically that I was safe, that I was locked inside my own home, but my body hadn't gotten the message. It still thought I was in danger. I thought about those men, wondered if they were still in the forest or if they'd moved on to some other place, some other victim. I thought about how close I'd come to dying out there, left helpless and alone. I thought about the sound of their laughter, how they'd found my fear entertaining. But mostly, I thought about how I'd gotten free, how I'd refused to give up, how I'd worked through the pain and panic and fear to save myself, how I'd run when my body wanted to collapse, how I'd survived. I was alive. Hurt, traumatized, but alive. And for that I thanked God. Thanked Him for giving me the strength to escape, for guiding me back to safety, for ensuring I lived to see another day. I never went back to the Ridgeback Trail. 2 weeks later, I quit my job as a trail guide altogether. The woods had lost their appeal, their sense of peace and safety. Now they just felt dangerous, full of hidden threats. But I survived. And sometimes, in the darkest moments when the memories come back, that's enough. My name is Jethro McMillan, and what I'm about to share happened to me back in 1998 when I was 27. Looking back now, I can still feel the chill that runs down my spine when I recall those events. I suppose sometimes life has a way of pushing you toward experiences you'd never choose for yourself. That spring, I had fallen into one of those valleys that seem to swallow everything good in your life. I lost my job at Thompson & Associates, where I'd worked as an account manager for 5 years, and my girlfriend Rachel ended our 3-year relationship, all within the span of a few brutal weeks. The severance package felt like cold comfort as I sat in my empty apartment, surrounded by the deafening silence of a life that had suddenly derailed. It was during one of those sleepless nights when my old friend Thad called. We'd been close since our days at Millbrook High, and he had this uncanny ability to show up when I needed him most. "You need to get out of that apartment," he said, his voice carrying that familiar mix of concern and no-nonsense practicality that I'd come to rely on over the years. "My family's got that old cabin up in the Adirondacks. It's nothing fancy, but it'll give you some breathing room." The idea of escaping the city, with its constant reminders of my recent failures, was exactly what I needed. The drive upstate was therapeutic in itself. Thad's ancient Jeep Cherokee rattled along the highway as we fell into our old patterns, trading stories and inside jokes that dated back to our teenage years. The tension that had been building in my shoulders for weeks began to ease as the concrete jungle of the city gave way to the rolling hills and dense forests of upstate New York. We stopped at a small diner along the way, the kind of place where the coffee is always fresh and the waitresses know every regular by name. It felt like stepping back in time, away from the complexities that had been suffocating me. The cabin itself was exactly what you'd expect from a family hunting retreat that had weathered decades of harsh winters and brief summers. The wooden structure sat nestled among towering pines, its dark green paint peeling in places, and the screen door squeaked in protest as we pushed it open. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of old wood and memories. The main room was dominated by a stone fireplace, its mantel adorned with faded photographs of Thad's family members posing with their prized catches over the years. The furniture was mismatched but comfortable. 2 weathered leather armchairs, a sagging couch covered with a Native American-style blanket, and a wooden coffee table that bore the scars of countless card games and late-night discussions. That first evening unfolded exactly as we'd planned. We fired up the old charcoal grill on the back deck, the smell of cooking steaks mixing with the crisp mountain air. The conversation flowed as easily as the beer we'd picked up from the last general store before the turnoff to the cabin. Thad listened as I unpacked the mess of my recent life, offering the kind of honest perspective that only comes from decades of friendship. "Sometimes things fall apart so better things can come together," he said, poking at the dying embers of the grill. The simple wisdom of it helped more than any of the self-help platitudes I'd been feeding myself. The arrival of Thad's cousin Max later that night shifted the energy of our retreat. He burst through the door like a force of nature, his frame filling the doorway as his booming laugh echoed through the cabin. Max had always been the wild card in our gatherings, a man whose personality seemed too big for any room he occupied. He worked as a forest ranger in the Catskills, and his stories about wilderness encounters had become legendary among family and friends. That night, as we sat around the fireplace, he regaled us with tales of strange sightings and unexplained phenomena in the woods. We dismissed them as his usual attempts to spook us, but there was something in his voice, a hint of genuine unease, that should have warned us about what was to come. The next day dawned clear and cool, perfect hiking weather. We set out after a breakfast of coffee and Pop-Tarts, the only breakfast food we'd remembered to bring. The trail we chose wound through ancient stands of hemlock and pine, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy above us. The Adirondacks in spring had a raw beauty that made my city problems seem trivial by comparison. The forest was alive with sound, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of woodpeckers, and the rustle of wind through the trees. We crossed several clear streams, their waters still frigid from the winter melt, and spotted a family of deer grazing in a distant meadow. It was late afternoon when we found the abandoned campsite, and something about it immediately felt wrong. The clearing was small, maybe 30 feet across, but the scene before us sent a collective shiver through our group. The tent lay in tatters, its fabric shredded as if something had torn through it from the inside. Empty cans and supplies were scattered in a way that suggested a hasty departure. Or worse, what struck me most was the unnatural silence that seemed to envelop the area. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just a heavy stillness that pressed against our eardrums. Max's usual bravado faltered as he examined the scene, his ranger's training evident in the methodical way he surveyed the damage. "This isn't right," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "This isn't animal damage, not any animal I know." We made our way back to the cabin in uncomfortable silence, each lost in our own thoughts about what we'd seen. That evening, as we sat around the fire pit outside the cabin, the mood was different. Our earlier light-hearted banter had been replaced by a watchful tension. The woods around us seemed darker somehow, the shadows deeper and more threatening. The first strange sound came just after sunset, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It was something entirely different, something that made our primitive brains scream danger. Max was the first to suggest we investigate, his professional curiosity overriding his fear. Thad retrieved his father's old Remington from above the fireplace, a weapon meant for deer hunting that suddenly seemed inadequate for what might be waiting in the darkness. Our flashlight beams cut through the gloom as we moved away from the safety of the cabin, following the increasingly frequent sounds that emanated from the forest. The temperature seemed to drop with each step we took, and our breath began to fog in the beam of our lights. What happened next has haunted my dreams for decades. The creature we encountered defied explanation. It stood upright like a man but moved with an animal's fluid grace. Its fur was a mottled gray-brown, but it was the eyes that stay with me. Yellow orbs that reflected our flashlight beams with an intelligent malevolence that no natural animal possesses. When it turned to face us fully, I felt something in my understanding of the world shift irreversibly. We ran back to the cabin in blind panic, our feet barely touching the ground. The sound it made as we fled, part roar, part scream, seemed to shake the very air around us. The night in the cabin was an exercise in sustained terror. We barricaded ourselves inside, pushing furniture against the doors and windows. Nobody spoke about what we'd seen. Words seemed inadequate to describe the reality of it. We took turns watching, though sleep would have been impossible anyway. Every creak of the old cabin's frame, every whisper of wind through the trees outside, sent our hearts racing. The creature circled the cabin throughout the night. We could hear its movements, its breathing, the occasional scratch of claws against wood. When dawn finally broke, we found the evidence of its presence in a series of deep claw marks on the cabin's walls, and a set of tracks in the mud that defied categorization. The morning after our frantic escape from the Adirondacks, we made a pact never to speak of what we'd seen. Life has a way of forcing you to move forward, whether you're ready or not. And for years I threw myself into work, relationships, anything to keep the memories at bay. I landed a position at a marketing firm downtown, bought a small house in the suburbs, and slowly rebuilt the life that had crumbled before that fateful weekend. But some experiences leave marks that no amount of time can erase. It was 15 years later when I ran into Thad at O'Malley's bar on 7th Street. He'd gained weight, and his hair had started to gray at the temples, but I'd have known him anywhere. We found ourselves in a corner booth, nursing whiskeys and carefully avoiding the topic that hung between us like a shadow. After his third drink, Thad's resolve cracked. "I've been doing research, Jethro," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are others who've seen it, all through the Adirondacks, the Catskills, even up into Vermont. Stories going back to the colonial days about something in those mountains that's not quite animal, not quite human." He pulled out a worn leather notebook, its pages stuffed with newspaper clippings, printouts from obscure websites, and handwritten notes. Missing hikers, destroyed campsites, strange tracks. It's all connected. I wanted to dismiss it, to tell him he was chasing shadows. But the memory of those yellow eyes in the darkness was too vivid. Thad had mapped out disappearances across the Northeast, spanning decades. The pattern was undeniable. Clusters of incidents every few years, always in remote areas, always with the same details that official reports wrote off as bear attacks or exposure deaths. Life took on a surreal quality after that night. I started seeing signs everywhere. Shadows moving wrong in my peripheral vision, strange tracks in my garden after rainy nights. Then came the night at Giovanni's restaurant with Ella, my girlfriend of 6 months. She was telling me about her day at the hospital where she worked as a nurse when I saw him, the man at the bar. His hulking frame was squeezed into a dirty overcoat, but it was the eyes that stopped my heart. Yellow, predatory, intelligent. They met mine with a flash of recognition that sent ice through my veins. When Max called a few weeks later, his voice shaking with fear, I knew what it meant. We met at Denny's at 3 in the morning, the fluorescent lights making his face look sickly and old. He'd been finding tracks around his house, hearing movements in the woods behind his property. "It followed us home, Jethro," he said, his ranger's confidence stripped away. "It's been waiting all these years and now it's hunting us." The attack at Ella's apartment came next. The place looked like a tornado had hit it. Furniture splintered, walls gouged with claw marks that no animal should have been able to make. When I told her everything, expecting her to think I was crazy, she surprised me. Her grandmother had grown up in a small town in the Appalachians and had told stories of creatures in the mountains that walked like men but hunted like beasts. The old people knew to stay out of certain valleys, she said, places where the shadows moved wrong. We thought we'd be safer together at my place. We were wrong. The final confrontation came on a Tuesday night in October. The creature burst through my living room window in an explosion of glass and splintered wood. It was larger than I remembered, its matted fur streaked with gray, yellow eyes blazing with ancient hatred. The rifle shot caught it in the shoulder, but it moved with impossible speed, knocking the weapon from my hands. What followed was chaos. Ella slashed at it with a kitchen knife while I swung the fireplace poker, our desperate fight illuminated by the toppled lamp that cast wild shadows on the walls. The creature's strength was overwhelming, but there were 2 of us, and we had the advantage of confined space. When my poker connected with its head, I heard something crack, and for a moment I saw fear in those inhuman eyes. The killing blow came from Ella. As the creature staggered from my hit, she drove the knife deep into its chest. The sound it made, part scream, part roar, will haunt me until my dying day. It thrashed and fought, but eventually grew still, its yellow eyes dimming like dying stars. We buried it deep in the woods outside town, marking the spot with nothing but our memories. The official story became one of a break-in gone wrong, the damage explained away as the work of desperate burglars. Ella and I married 6 months later, each of us carrying the weight of a secret that made our bond unbreakable. Max's disappearance the following spring wasn't a surprise, but it hit hard all the same. The search parties found nothing but his abandoned car near the same woods where we'd buried the creature. I think about him often, about what he might have discovered in those final days. Thad and I spent weeks searching, but deep down, we knew we wouldn't find him. Whatever we'd killed in my living room hadn't been alone. Years have passed since then. Ella and I moved to Arizona, as far from the northern forests as we could get. We have 2 kids now, and they've never heard the full story of how their parents met. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind howls outside our desert home, Ella and I share a look that says more than words ever could. We both know that somewhere in the dark forests of the Northeast, others of its kind still roam. I've never returned to the Adirondacks, and I never will. But every once in a while, I'll catch a news story about missing hikers or destroyed campsites, and I'll wonder. The forests hold secrets older than human civilization, and some of them have yellow eyes that glow in the darkness. If you're planning a camping trip up north, stick to the marked trails, and whatever you do, don't go looking for answers in the deep woods. Some questions are better left unasked, some mysteries better left unsolved. The nightmares have mostly stopped now, but I still wake up sometimes in a cold sweat, thinking I hear that distinctive growl outside my window. Ella says it's just the desert wind, and I pretend to believe her. But we both keep our running shoes by the bed, and I've taught our children that if they ever see yellow eyes in the darkness, they should run and never look back. Some experiences change you forever, reshape your understanding of what's possible and what's lurking in the shadows of our civilized world. My time in the Adirondacks taught me that the line between reality and nightmare isn't as clear as we'd like to believe. The world is older and stranger than we know, and sometimes, just sometimes, the monsters from our darkest stories turn out to be real. My name is Bryce Trewin, and this story happened to me back in 2012. I was 27 then, a freelance graphic designer living in Cleveland, Ohio, struggling to make ends meet in the aftermath of the 2008 recession. My tiny apartment in Ohio City was cluttered with half-finished projects and empty coffee cups, a testament to the long nights I spent trying to meet client deadlines. The student loans from Kent State hung over my head like a dark cloud, and the irregular income from freelancing meant I was constantly juggling bills, deciding which ones could wait another week. Every morning, I'd wake up to an inbox full of potential clients wanting miracles on shoestring budgets, and every night I'd fall asleep to the soft glow of my computer screen, pushing pixels around until my eyes burned. Jackson and I had been friends since our sophomore year at Kent State, where we bonded over late-night study sessions and a shared love for the outdoors. He was the kind of friend who could read your mood from a single text message, always showing up with either a six-pack or a hiking plan when things got rough. Unlike me, he had managed to secure a stable IT job at a local healthcare company, complete with benefits and regular hours. But even with his steady paycheck, the corporate grind was wearing him down. I could see it in the way his shoulders slumped during our weekly meetups at Great Lakes Brewing Company, where we'd commiserate over craft beers and reminisce about simpler times. When he suggested a weekend getaway to his family's cabin in the Allegheny National Forest, it felt like a lifeline being thrown to a drowning man. The drive to Pennsylvania was a gradual descent into isolation, each mile taking us further from the familiar comfort of civilization. Jackson's old Jeep Cherokee, a vehicle he'd stubbornly kept since college despite its numerous mechanical quirks, carried us along winding roads that seemed to grow narrower and more overgrown with each passing hour. We had packed enough supplies to last a week: groceries from Westside Market, a cooler full of Great Lakes beer, camping gear that still smelled of previous adventures, and our laptops, though Jackson assured me we wouldn't need them. The late afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of oak and maple trees, creating dancing shadows on the dashboard as we swapped stories and shared dreams of escaping the rat race. The cabin revealed itself gradually through the trees, a sturdy structure of weathered logs and stone that had stood watch over the lake for 3 generations of Jackson's family. The front porch sagged slightly under the weight of memories, its wooden boards worn smooth by countless footsteps. A small dock extended into the lake like a finger pointing toward the horizon, its planks bleached silver by countless summers. The water was mirror smooth, reflecting the surrounding forest with such precision that it was hard to tell where reality ended and reflection began. We unpacked with the enthusiasm of escaped prisoners, each item we brought in making the cabin feel more like our temporary sanctuary. That first evening set the tone for what we thought would be a perfect weekend. We grilled thick ribeye steaks we'd splurged on at Ohio City Provisions, seasoned simply with salt and pepper, letting the wood smoke add its own layer of flavor. The beer was cold, the conversation easy, and the stars, God, the stars were incredible. Away from Cleveland's light pollution, the night sky revealed itself in all its glory, a vast ocean of pinpricks that made me feel simultaneously insignificant and part of something immense. We talked about everything and nothing: failed relationships, career aspirations, the weird comfort of being lost in creative work, and the growing feeling that we were somehow falling behind in life despite working harder than ever. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the kind of autumn day that belongs in a calendar photo. After a breakfast of coffee and bacon sandwiches, we set out to explore, following a trail that Jackson remembered from childhood visits. The forest was alive with sound and movement, chickadees flitting between branches, squirrels chattering their disapproval of our presence, and the constant whisper of leaves in the breeze. The trail wound through stands of ancient hemlocks, their trunks straight as columns, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy overhead. The waterfall, when we found it, was a 30-foot cascade of crystal-clear water that splashed into a pool of liquid amber. It was on our way back from the waterfall that we first noticed something was wrong. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming in the morning light, had taken on a different character. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper, more purposeful somehow. I was the first to notice the markings: 3 parallel gouges carved deep into the bark of an ancient oak tree, each groove wide enough to fit my thumb. They started about 7 feet up the trunk and raked downward for nearly 3 feet, cutting through the thick bark like it was butter. As a city kid, my knowledge of wildlife was limited to National Geographic documentaries and the occasional deer spotted in the metro parks, but even I knew these weren't typical bear markings. "Hey Jackson," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden stillness that had fallen over the forest. "Come take a look at this." He backtracked to where I stood, his boots crunching on fallen leaves. The moment he saw the markings, his usual easygoing expression faltered. I watched as he ran his fingers along the gouges, measuring their depth and spacing with the methodical precision I'd seen him apply to debugging code. "That's unusual," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Must be a really big bear." But the way his eyes darted between the trees, scanning the deepening shadows, told me he didn't believe his own explanation. As we continued back toward the cabin, we found more trees marked in the same way, always in sets of 3, always impossibly high up the trunk. Each set of markings seemed to be pointing in the same direction, leading deeper into the forest where the underbrush grew thick and uninviting. That evening, the cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a fragile shell of wood and stone. We built a fire in the stone pit outside, more for comfort than warmth, and tried to recapture the easy camaraderie of the previous night. But our conversation kept circling back to the markings, to the unnatural quiet that had fallen over the forest, to the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in our surroundings. The jokes we made about local cryptids and Blair Witch projects had an edge of nervousness to them, our laughter a little too loud, a little too quick. The first sound came just after sunset, a low, resonant call that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite a howl, not quite a roar, but something in between that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was the kind of sound that bypassed rational thought and went straight to the primitive part of the brain, the part that knows when it's being hunted. Jackson and I exchanged glances over the dying fire, neither of us willing to be the first to acknowledge what we'd heard. The second call came closer, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches somewhere in the darkness beyond the cabin's small circle of light. We retreated inside, securing the door with a speed that would have been comical under other circumstances. The cabin's windows suddenly seemed too large, too fragile. each one a potential entry point for whatever was moving through the forest outside. We spent the next few hours sitting in the main room, nursing our beers and trying to convince ourselves that every crack and groan of the cabin's old timber frame was just the natural settling of wood. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and shallow. I dozed in fits and starts, each time jerking awake to the sound of movement outside. The footsteps were the worst part, deliberate and heavy, circling the cabin with the patience that seemed almost calculating. They would stop occasionally, and in those moments of silence, I could swear I heard breathing, deep and rhythmic, just on the other side of the wall. I wanted to wake Jackson, to share the burden of fear that was pressing down on my chest, but each time I looked over at his sleeping bag, some instinct kept me quiet. Morning brought weak sunlight and a false sense of security. Over coffee that we both pretended wasn't our third cup, Jackson and I tried to rationalize the events of the night. Maybe it was a bear, we said. Maybe a bobcat. Maybe the isolation and darkness had played tricks on our minds, transforming ordinary forest sounds into something more sinister. But we both knew we were lying to ourselves. What we'd heard wasn't natural, and the markings we'd found weren't made by any animal we knew of. We decided to spend the day on the lake, putting as much distance between ourselves and the forest as possible. Jackson's family kept an old aluminum rowboat tied to the dock, and we spent hours fishing in the deep water at the center of the lake. The activity helped, giving us something to focus on besides our growing unease. We even managed to catch a few smallmouth bass, their scales glinting like copper in the afternoon sun. But as the day wore on, I noticed Jackson watching the shoreline more than his fishing line, his eyes tracking something in the dense undergrowth that I couldn't see. The sun was setting by the time we pulled the boat back to the dock, casting long shadows across the water. The fish we'd caught made a decent meal, but neither of us could fully enjoy it. The forest had gone quiet again, that unnatural silence that seems to precede something terrible. We were cleaning up the dinner dishes when the first crash came, a violent impact that shook the entire cabin, sending our remaining beers toppling from the counter. It sounded like something massive had thrown itself against the outer wall, testing the strength of our shelter. The impact left us frozen in place, dish towels still in our hands, water running unnoticed in the sink. Then came another crash, this one against the back wall near the bedroom. Jackson grabbed a heavy Maglite flashlight from the counter, the kind police officers carry, solid aluminum that could double as a weapon. I armed myself with the closest thing at hand, an old cast iron skillet that had probably been in the cabin since his grandparents' time. We stood back to back in the kitchen, listening to whatever it was methodically testing each wall of the cabin. "We need to get to the Jeep," Jackson whispered, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Keys are on the hook by the door. When I say run, we make a break for it." I nodded, not trusting my voice. The thing outside had gone quiet, but that silence was somehow worse than the crashes had been. My hands were sweating on the skillet's handle, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. The attack, when it came, was from an unexpected direction. There was a splintering crack from above, and the entire ceiling seemed to bow inward as something massive landed on the cabin's roof. We could hear claws. There was no mistaking them for anything else now, scrabbling against the wooden shingles. Jackson shoved me toward the door. "Run, now." We burst out onto the porch, Jackson's flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the light, a massive shape dropping from the roof, something that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. But there wasn't time to process what I'd seen. We sprinted toward the Jeep, our feet pounding against the dirt driveway. We were halfway there when Jackson swore, "My phone. The GPS is on it. We'll never find our way out without it." Before I could stop him, he turned back toward the cabin. "Get in the Jeep. I'll be right there." I reached the vehicle, yanking open the driver's side door and scrambling inside. The keys were still in my hand, shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the darkness. I watched Jackson disappear into the cabin, the beam of his flashlight visible through the windows. 1 minute passed. 2. The silence stretched out, broken only by the idle of the Jeep's engine. Come on, I muttered, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. Then I heard it, a scream that didn't sound entirely human, followed by the unmistakable sound of breaking glass. The flashlight beam inside the cabin went wild, swinging erratically before going dark. Without thinking, I jumped out of the Jeep. Jackson! I took 2 steps toward the cabin before something grabbed me from behind. The grip was impossibly strong, like being caught in an industrial vise. I could feel claws pressing against my back, not quite breaking the skin. A warning. Pure instinct took over. I threw my head back, feeling it connect with something solid, and the grip loosened just enough. I twisted free, feeling cloth and skin tear, and ran. Not toward the Jeep. Whatever had grabbed me was between me and the vehicle now, but into the forest. I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping against my face, my lungs burning. Behind me I could hear movement, something large following me through the trees, but not at full speed. It was toying with me. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing near a small stream. The rocky ground was damp against my face as I lay there, trying to breathe without making a sound. The forest had gone silent again, that same unnatural quiet from before. I stayed there for what felt like hours, listening for any sign of pursuit. When nothing came, I began the slow process of getting my bearings. The moon had risen, providing just enough light to navigate by. I oriented myself using the stream, remembering it had flowed past the east side of the cabin. Moving as quietly as possible, I made my way back, clinging to the desperate hope that Jackson had somehow gotten away, that I'd find him waiting by the Jeep with some wild story about hiding from whatever had attacked us. The cabin, when I finally found it, was dark and silent. The front door hung open, swinging slightly in the breeze. Inside, furniture had been overturned, claw marks scored deep into the wooden floors and walls. There was no sign of Jackson or his flashlight. The Jeep was gone too, though I hadn't heard it start up during my flight through the woods. Dawn found me stumbling into Miller's Diner, a small roadside establishment in the nearest town. I must have looked like something out of a horror movie, clothes torn, face scratched, covered in dirt and leaves. The elderly waitress behind the counter took one look at me and reached for the phone, calling the local police before even asking what had happened. The next few weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, search parties, and endless questions. They found the Jeep 3 miles from the cabin, pulled off to the side of the forest road, driver's door open and keys still in the ignition. There were deep scratches in the paint on the driver's side, and the rear tire was shredded as if something had tried to prevent it from leaving. Of Jackson there was no sign. The official search lasted 3 weeks. Teams with dogs combed the forest, helicopters with thermal imaging swept the area, and local volunteers covered every inch of ground they could reach. They found nothing, no clothing, no blood, no sign of what had happened that night. The police report eventually listed it as a probable animal attack, though they could never explain the claw marks in the cabin or the strange prints found around the property that didn't match any known species. I moved back to Cleveland, taking a steady job at a design firm in the warehouse district. The regular paycheck and structured hours helped keep the memories at bay, but they never fully went away. I threw myself into work, taking on extra projects, staying late at the office, anything to avoid the quiet moments when my mind would drift back to that night in the forest. The nightmares came regularly at first, vivid recreations of the attack that would leave me gasping awake in a cold sweat. Over time they became less frequent but never completely stopped. 3 years after Jackson's disappearance, I met Anna at a company event. She was different from anyone I'd dated before, patient, understanding, and somehow able to sense when the memories were weighing heavily on me. I told her about Jackson gradually, sharing pieces of the story over time, though I never could bring myself to tell her everything I'd seen that night. We bought a small house in Lakewood, started talking about marriage and kids, and for a while I thought I might finally be able to put the past behind me. Then the journal arrived. It came in a plain brown package with no return address, just my name and address written in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside was a leather-bound notebook, its pages water-stained and dirty but still readable. I recognized Jackson's distinctive scrawl immediately, and my hand shook as I opened it. The journal entries started normally enough. Plans for our weekend, notes about the cabin's maintenance needs, sketches of the lake and surrounding forest. But as I read on, I discovered that Jackson had known more than he'd let on. He wrote about research he'd done into the area's history, about other disappearances over the years that had never made the news. There were detailed sketches of the claw marks we'd found, accompanied by measurements and comparisons to known predators. None matched. The final entry was dated the night before he disappeared. The usually neat handwriting was rushed, almost frantic. Found something today. A cave system, about 3 miles northeast of the cabin. The markings all seem to lead there. Local tribes avoided this area, called it the place of long sleep. Need to check it out tomorrow. Whatever's out there, it's been here a long time. Too long. If anything happens to me, the cave is the key. Remember, northeast, follow the marks. Be careful. The journal arrived 6 months ago. Since then, I've been preparing, gathering supplies and training. Anna thinks I'm crazy for even considering going back, and maybe I am. But I owe it to Jackson, to his family, to find out what happened that night. I'm writing this now from a new cabin, one we rented about 5 miles from where it all happened. There are 4 of us this time, me, 2 experienced hunters named Mike and Steve, and a local guide named Ray who knows these woods better than anyone. We're armed this time, not just with guns but with cameras, GPS units, and satellite phones. Tomorrow morning we head northeast, following Jackson's directions to the cave. The thing is, since we arrived, we've been hearing noises at night. The same noises. And this morning, we found fresh claw marks on the trees around camp. Whatever took Jackson is still out there, and I think it knows we're coming. This might be my last chance to tell our story. If you're reading this, and something happens to us, stay away from the Allegheny Forest. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Final update. Found among the personal effects of Bryce Truen, recovered near the entrance of a previously unmapped cave system in the Allegheny National Forest. We found the cave, and we found Jackson, or what was left of him. The bones were scattered across the cave floor, along with others, dozens of others. Some looked ancient, others more recent. As we were documenting the scene, we heard it, that same sound from 12 years ago. The others ran for the entrance. I stayed behind to gather what I could of Jackson's remains. That's when I saw it clearly for the first time, in the beam of my flashlight. I understand now why the local tribes avoided this place, why the forest goes quiet when it hunts. This isn't just its hunting ground, it's its home, and has been for centuries. I can hear it moving closer. The others are long gone and my flashlight is dying. At least Jackson's family will know what happened to him. As for me, I finally have my answers, though I doubt I'll live to share them. If you find this, burn it, burn the journal, block up this cave. Some things should stay buried in the dark where they belong. End of document. The remainder of the pages were found to be stained with material currently undergoing forensic analysis. The cave entrance has since been sealed by order of the U.S. Forest Service, citing environmental hazards. My name is Larry Lewis, and I am 73 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened on a sweltering July night in 2010, a night that changed my life forever. I've been driving trucks for over 4 decades, hauling everything from livestock to machinery across this great country of ours. But on this particular run, I was transporting a load of furniture from Texas to North Carolina. I've always loved the open road. There's something about the solitude, the endless stretch of asphalt ahead, and the simple satisfaction of getting from point A to point B that's always appealed to me. It's a job that requires focus, patience, and a certain comfort with being alone. But that night I found myself wishing for company, for someone to witness the horror that was about to unfold. The sun had long since set as I cruised down Interstate 30, somewhere in the heart of Arkansas. The darkness was thick. broken only by the occasional flicker of my headlights catching the reflective eyes of some nocturnal creature scurrying across the road. The heat was oppressive, even with the windows down and the air conditioning blasting. Sweat trickled down my back, making my shirt cling uncomfortably to my skin. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes growing heavy with fatigue. The white lines on the road seemed to blur together, and I knew I needed to stop soon. It wasn't safe to keep going like this. As if answering my unspoken need, a sign appeared in the distance. Rest area 1 mile. I breathed a sigh of relief, already looking forward to stretching my legs and grabbing a quick bite to eat. The rest stop was small and deserted when I pulled in. Just a couple of vending machines and a dingy bathroom that looked like it hadn't seen a good cleaning in years. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting an eerie glow over the empty parking lot. I parked my rig and climbed down, my joints creaking in protest after hours of sitting. As I made my way to the vending machines, a chill ran down my spine despite the oppressive heat. Something felt off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. Maybe it was just the isolation, the knowledge that I was probably the only person for miles around. I shook off the feeling, chalking it up to an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror movies. I got myself a can of soda and a bag of chips, then leaned against the hood of my truck to eat. The night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No crickets chirping, no distant hum of traffic, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the light breeze. I found myself straining to hear something, anything, to break the silence. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. A figure emerged from the tree line on the far side of the rest stop, stumbling and swaying like a drunk after last call. As she got closer, I could see it was a young woman, probably in her early 20s. Her clothes were torn and dirty, her face pale and streaked with what looked like blood and dirt in the harsh fluorescent light. "Hey, you all right?" I called out, setting my chips on the hood of the truck. She didn't answer, just kept moving towards me with a look of sheer terror on her face. Her eyes were wide, darting around as if expecting someone or something to leap out of the shadows at any moment. I started walking towards her, hands out in what I hoped was a non-threatening gesture. "It's okay," I said softly, trying to keep my voice calm despite the growing sense of dread in my gut. "I'm not gonna hurt you." As I got closer, I could see she was in bad shape. Cuts and bruises covered her exposed skin, and there was a particularly nasty gash on her forehead that was still oozing blood. Her hair was matted with leaves and twigs, as if she'd been running through the woods for hours. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible and shaky with fear. "Please, help me." "Who did this to you?" I asked, looking around instinctively, but there was no one else in sight. Just the empty parking lot, the silent vending machines, and the dark, foreboding woods beyond. "Please," she pleaded, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "Just get me out of here." I nodded, making a split-second decision that would haunt me for years to come. "All right, come on, let's get you to a hospital." I led her to my truck, helping her climb into the passenger seat. As I closed the door and walked around to the driver's side, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I scanned the tree line one last time before climbing in, but saw nothing but darkness. As I pulled out of the rest stop, I noticed my hands were trembling on the steering wheel. Something about this whole situation felt wrong, felt dangerous, but I couldn't just leave her there, could I? What kind of man would I be if I abandoned someone clearly in need of help? We drove in silence for a few miles, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the occasional sniffle from my passenger. I kept glancing over at her, trying to gauge her condition. She stared straight ahead, her body tense, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Finally, I couldn't take the silence anymore. "What's your name?" I asked gently. She flinched at the sound of my voice, then seemed to collect herself. "Lena," she said softly. "My name is Lena." "I'm Larry," I replied. "Can you tell me what happened, Lena? Who did this to you?" She was quiet for so long I thought she might not answer. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "He's still out there. He'll find me." A chill ran down my spine at her words. Who? I pressed, glancing over at her again. Who's after you? He killed them, she choked out, her voice breaking. My friends, we were camping and My grip tightened on the steering wheel. This was way over my head. All right, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We need to get to the police, they'll know what to do. As we drove, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it. We were on a highway after all. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized the car behind us was matching our speed exactly, staying uncomfortably close. Someone's following us, I muttered, more to myself than to Lena. She turned in her seat, looking out the back window. Her face, already pale, went ghost white. It's him, she whispered. It's got to be him. I didn't wait for confirmation. I floored it, the engine of my rig roaring as we accelerated. The car behind us sped up too, staying right on our tail. I wasn't armed, never felt the need to carry a gun on my runs. But in that moment, I wished I had one. We were out in the middle of nowhere, no cell service to call for help. The nearest town was still a good 30 miles away. Hang on, I growled, taking a sharp turn onto a narrow dirt road. The truck bounced and jolted, threatening to tip over with every bump. But I kept my foot on the gas, praying that the rough terrain would slow down our pursuer. For a heart-stopping moment, the headlights behind us grew closer. Then, mercifully, they began to fade, until finally they disappeared altogether. I didn't slow down. I kept driving, my heart pounding in my chest, until we reached a small town. The welcome sign was a blur as we sped past, but I didn't care. I was looking for one thing and one thing only: a police station. The police station was a small, squat building on the main street of the town. I pulled up with a screech of tires, both Lena and I scrambling out of the truck before it had fully stopped. Inside, the place was empty except for a lone officer at the desk. He looked up as we burst in, surprise clear on his weathered face. "Can I help you?" he asked, rising from his chair. "This girl needs help," I said, practically dragging Lena to the counter. "Someone's after her." The officer took in Lena's appearance, his expression quickly shifting from surprise to concern. "All right, come with me," he said, leading us to a back room. Over the next few hours, we gave our statements. Lena told them everything, her voice shaky but determined. She and her friends had been camping in the woods when a man attacked their campsite. She'd managed to escape, but her friends, she didn't know what had happened to them. They took my statement too, thanking me for bringing her in. The officer in charge, a gruff man named Sergeant Winters, promised they'd do everything they could to catch the guy, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. This was a small-town police force, not equipped for a major manhunt. As dawn was breaking, I left the station. Lena was being taken to the hospital for treatment, and there was nothing more I could do. I was exhausted but wired, the adrenaline still coursing through my system. I drove to a nearby diner, desperate for coffee and a moment to process what had just happened. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of locals nursing cups of coffee at the counter. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting the guy to walk in any minute. I didn't know if Lena's attacker had seen me, if he knew who I was, or if he'd come after me next. The waitress, a friendly middle-aged woman named Barbara, noticed my unease. "You all right, hon?" she asked as she refilled my coffee cup. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just a long night," I replied, forcing a smile. "Well, you're safe here," she said, patting my shoulder. "Nothing bad ever happens in this town." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. I finished my coffee and headed back to my truck. I still had a delivery to make, and sitting around wasn't going to help anyone. As I climbed into the cab, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. I looked old, older than my 73 years. The events of the night had left their mark, adding new lines to my weathered face. I started the engine, the familiar rumble offering a small measure of comfort. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't help but wonder, was it over? Or was this just the beginning of something much worse? The rest of the drive to North Carolina was uneventful, but I couldn't relax. Every car that came up behind me made my heart race. Every time I stopped for gas or food, I found myself scanning the area, looking for any sign of danger. The delivery went smoothly, the furniture unloaded without a hitch, but as I started the long drive back to Texas, I couldn't stop thinking about Lena and her friends. What kind of person could do something like that? And was he still out there, looking for her? The miles rolled by, but I barely noticed the changing landscape. My mind was still back in that Arkansas rest stop, replaying the events of that night over and over. Could I have done something differently? Should I have noticed something was wrong earlier? I made it back to Texas without any more trouble. But the experience had changed me. I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability, the knowledge that danger could be lurking around any corner. For the next few weeks, I threw myself into work, taking on as many long-haul jobs as I could. I told myself it was because I needed the money, but deep down I knew the truth. I was running, trying to outpace the memories of that night. But no matter how far or how fast I drove, I couldn't escape the nightmares. Every night, I'd wake up in a cold sweat. The image of Lena's terrified face burned into my mind. Then, about a month after that fateful night, I got a call from Sergeant Winters. They'd caught the guy. Sergeant Winters' voice was gruff but tinged with satisfaction as he filled me in on the details. They'd found the man hiding out in a cabin in the woods, not far from where Lena and her friends had been camping. When they raided the place, he was covered in blood, surrounded by evidence linking him to the murders. I felt a sense of relief wash over me at the news. It was over. The monster was caught. But that relief was short-lived. "There's something else you should know, Mr. Lewis," Sergeant Winters said, his voice softening. "It's about Lena." My heart sank. Somehow, I knew what he was going to say before the words left his mouth. "She didn't make it," he said quietly. "She died from her injuries a few days after you brought her in." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. I gripped the phone tighter, trying to process what I'd just heard. Lena was dead. Despite everything, despite her escape and my intervention, she hadn't survived. "The doctors did everything they could," Sergeant Winters continued. "But her injuries were just too severe. Internal bleeding they couldn't stop." He paused, and I could hear him take a deep breath. "I want you to know, Mr. Lewis, that what you did, it mattered. You probably saved her life that night, at least for a little while, and because of you, she was able to give us the information we needed to catch this bastard. You did good." I mumbled something in response, but I couldn't tell you what. The rest of the conversation passed in a blur. When I hung up the phone, I felt numb. I'd been holding on to the hope that Lena had survived, that she'd recovered and was starting to rebuild her life. Finding out she was gone, it hit me harder than I expected. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room, staring out the window at the starless Texas sky, replaying every moment of that night in my head. Could I have done more? Driven faster? Gotten her to the hospital instead of the police station? Rationally, I knew there was nothing more I could have done. But that knowledge didn't ease the ache in my chest, the sense of failure that weighed on me. In the weeks that followed, I struggled to get back to normal. I took some time off work, telling my boss I needed to deal with some personal issues. He was understanding, probably assuming I was dealing with some health problem common to men my age. I spent my days puttering around my small house, trying to keep busy. But everywhere I looked, I saw reminders of that night. The keys to my truck, sitting on the kitchen counter, seemed to mock me. The CB radio in the corner, usually a comforting presence, now felt like a link to a world I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of anymore. My neighbors, good people who'd known me for years, noticed the change. They'd stop by with casseroles or invitations to backyard barbecues, their eyes filled with concern. I'd paste on a smile and make small talk, but I could tell they knew something was off. One evening, as I sat on my front porch watching the sunset, my next-door neighbor Bill came over. He was a retired cop, and I'd always appreciated his no-nonsense attitude. "Larry," he said, settling into the chair next to me, "what's eating you?" For a moment, I considered brushing him off with some vague excuse, but something in his tone, the genuine concern in his eyes, made me reconsider. So I told him everything: the rest stop, Lena, the chase, the aftermath. As I spoke, I felt a weight lifting off my chest. When I finished, Bill was quiet for a long moment. "That's a hell of a thing," he said finally. "But let me tell you something, Larry. You did everything right. You saw someone in trouble, and you helped. That's more than a lot of people would do." "But she died," I said, the words catching in my throat. Bill nodded solemnly. "Yeah, she did, and that's a tragedy, but it's not on you. The only person responsible for her death is the man who hurt her. You gave her a chance, Larry. You gave her hope. Don't forget that." We sat in silence as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the horizon. Bill's words echoed in my mind, offering a perspective I hadn't considered. As the stars began to appear in the sky, I felt something shift inside me. Bill's words had struck a chord, offering a perspective I hadn't allowed myself to consider. "You think I should get back on the road?" I asked, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between us. Bill turned to me, a half smile on his weathered face. "I think you need to do what feels right for you, Larry. But I also think that running from what happened isn't going to help. Sometimes the only way past something is through it." I nodded, mulling over his words. The thought of getting back behind the wheel of my truck filled me with a mixture of anxiety and longing. The open road had been my home for so long. Could I really walk away from it? That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I made my decision. I couldn't let fear dictate the rest of my life. I was a trucker, had been for over 4 decades, and I wasn't about to let one terrible night change that. The next morning, I called my boss and told him I was ready to come back to work. He sounded relieved, and I realized how worried he must have been about me. A week later, I found myself back in the cab of my truck, preparing for a long haul from Texas to Montana. As I went through my pre-trip routine, checking the tires and inspecting the engine, I felt a familiar sense of anticipation building in my chest. The first few hours on the road were tense. Every rest stop I passed made my heart race, memories of that night flashing through my mind. But as the miles rolled by, I felt myself starting to relax. The rhythm of the road, the hum of the engine, the ever-changing landscape outside my window. It all worked to soothe my frayed nerves. By the time I crossed into Oklahoma, I was feeling more like myself than I had in weeks. The open road stretched out before me, full of possibility. But I wasn't naive enough to think that everything was back to normal. I kept a more watchful eye on my surroundings, always alert for any sign of danger. I'd also made some changes. I now carried a gun, properly licensed and secured in my truck. I'd taken some self-defense classes, determined never to feel as helpless as I had that night, and I'd installed a top-of-the-line security system in my rig, complete with cameras and a panic button linked directly to local law enforcement. As I drove, I found my thoughts drifting to Lena. I hoped that wherever she was at peace, and I silently vowed to honor her memory by staying vigilant, by being ready to help if I ever encountered someone else in trouble. The trip to Montana was uneventful, as was the return journey. With each mile, each successful delivery, I felt my confidence returning. I was still a bit jumpy at night, still wary of isolated rest stops, but I was coping. It's been years now since that fateful night in Arkansas. I'm still on the road, still hauling loads across this vast country of ours. I've seen a lot in my time, both beautiful and terrible, but nothing quite compares to the horror of that night. I still think about Lena often. Sometimes, when I'm driving late at night and the road ahead is empty, I can almost see her ghost in my headlights, stumbling out of the darkness. In those moments, I say a quiet prayer for her and her friends, hoping they found the peace that eluded them in life. The experience changed me. There's no denying that. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the potential dangers lurking in the shadows. But it also reinforced something I've always believed, that we have a responsibility to help each other, even when it's scary or inconvenient. I've had a few more adventures since then, some that have tested my resolve and others that have restored my faith in humanity. But that's the thing about life on the road. You never know what's waiting around the next bend. As I write this, I'm parked at a truck stop in Nevada, preparing for another long haul. The desert stretches out around me, vast and empty under the star-filled sky. In a few hours, I'll be back on the road, my headlights cutting through the darkness, carrying me towards whatever lies ahead. This life isn't for everyone. It can be lonely, dangerous, and unpredictable. But for me, even after everything that's happened, there's no place I'd rather be than behind the wheel, chasing the horizon. So if you're ever out on the highway late at night and you see an old trucker giving you a wave, that might just be me. And if you ever find yourself in trouble on some lonely stretch of road, don't lose hope. There are still good people out there, ready to help. Just be careful who you trust in the dark. You ever feel like you're running from something, even when there's nothing chasing you? That's how I ended up in Grantsville, West Virginia. You probably haven't heard of it. It's one of those blink and you'll miss it towns tucked deep in the hollers of Appalachia. Figured if I was going to disappear, might as well do it properly. Name's Ryland, by the way. Ryland Hurst, just another face in the crowd, or so I thought. Turns out, fate had other plans for me in those West Virginia hills. Now I'm not going to lie. Things kind of went sideways before I even got to Grantsville. You ever had one of those drives where everything that can go wrong does? Flat tire, busted headlight, some deer that decided playing chicken with my beat-up Corolla was a great idea. By the time I finally stumbled into town, I was soaked through from changing the tire in the rain and ready to collapse. Lucky for me, there was an old inn right on Main Street, creaky looking, but lit up like a beacon of hope. The sign above the door read, Beatrice's Inn and Cafe, in faded, peeling paint. I stumbled in, dripping on the floorboards and probably looking half crazed. The lady behind the counter, Beatrice herself, I assumed, was built like a linebacker but smiled like your grandma. She didn't bat an eye at the puddle I was forming, just handed me a room key and pointed me towards the stairs. "Rough night, hon?" she asked, her voice warm and sympathetic. I nodded, too exhausted to form words. She just smiled and added, "Well, you're safe now. Nothing bad ever happens in Grantsville." Looking back, I should have paid more attention to the way her smile didn't quite reach her eyes when she said that. But at that moment, all I cared about was getting horizontal on something that wasn't my car seat. The room was small but clean, with a quilt-covered bed that looked like heaven after hours on the road. I barely managed to kick off my shoes before collapsing onto it, the events of the day swirling in my mind. As I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard something. A low, mournful sound, like the wind howling through trees. But there was no wind that night, just the steady patter of rain on the window. I chalked it up to my overtired brain and let exhaustion pull me under. Little did I know, that sound was just the beginning. The first whisper of the horror that awaited me in the shadows of Grantsville. I woke the next morning to sunlight streaming through threadbare curtains and the smell of coffee and bacon wafting up from downstairs. For a moment, I forgot where I was, the events of the previous night a blur. Then it all came flooding back. The long drive, the rain, the strange town I'd stumbled into. Groaning, I rolled out of bed and made my way to the small bathroom attached to my room. The face that stared back at me from the cracked mirror looked haggard, dark circles under my eyes and a day's worth of stubble on my chin. I splashed some water on my face, trying to wake up fully. As I dried off, I caught movement in the mirror out of the corner of my eye. I whirled around, heart suddenly racing, but the bathroom was empty. Just my imagination playing tricks on me, I told myself. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled over me. Deciding I needed coffee, and a lot of it, I headed downstairs to the inn's cafe. The place was bustling, filled with locals chatting over steaming mugs and plates piled high with food. Beatrice was behind the counter, pouring coffee and calling out orders with the efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for decades. I slid onto a stool at the counter, and Beatrice appeared in front of me like magic, coffee pot in hand. "Sleep well, hun?" she asked, filling a mug and sliding it towards me. I nodded, wrapping my hands around the warm ceramic. "Like the dead," I replied, then winced at my choice of words. Something about this place made me feel on edge, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Beatrice just smiled. That same grandmotherly smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Hungry? Our biscuits and gravy are famous around these parts." I agreed, more out of politeness than actual hunger. But when the food arrived, I found myself digging in with gusto. The biscuits were fluffy and light, the gravy rich and peppered with chunks of sausage. It was comfort food at its finest, and I felt some of the tension from the night before start to ease. As I was finishing up my second cup of coffee, the bell over the door jingled. An older man walked in, tall and lean with a weather-beaten face that spoke of years spent outdoors. He nodded to Beatrice, who was already pouring him a cup of coffee, then settled onto the stool next to me. "Morning, Beatrice," he said, his voice gravelly. "Who's our new friend here?" Beatrice introduced us. "Arlo, this is Ryland. Just rolled into town last night. Ryland, meet Arlo. He knows these hills better than anyone." Arlo turned to me, his pale blue eyes sharp and assessing. "That's so. What brings you to our little corner of nowhere, Ryland?" I hesitated, not sure how much to share, but something about Arlo's direct gaze made me want to open up. Just needed a change of scenery, I guess. Thought I'd drive until I found somewhere quiet. Arlo nodded slowly, a knowing look in his eyes. "Running from something, are you? Or maybe some—" I felt a chill run down my spine at his words. How could he know? I'd told no one about my reasons for leaving, hadn't even hinted at the mess I'd left behind. Seeing my discomfort, Arlo's expression softened slightly. "Don't worry, son. We all have our reasons for ending up in places like Grantsville. This town, it has a way of calling to those who need it." I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just nodded and finished my coffee. As I stood to leave, Arlo spoke again, his voice low and serious. "Word of advice, Ryland. The mountains around here, they've got their own way of keeping things quiet. But sometimes, the silence can be deafening. Be careful where you wander." With that cryptic warning, he turned back to his coffee, effectively dismissing me. I left the cafe feeling unsettled, Arlo's words echoing in my mind. As I stepped out onto Main Street, I took a moment to really look at Grantsville in the light of day. It was a small town, the kind where everyone knows everyone else's business. The buildings were a mix of old and older, some dating back to what looked like the early 1900s. The street was lined with small shops, a general store, a hardware store, a tiny post office. But what really caught my attention were the mountains looming on all sides. They seemed to press in on the town, dark and forbidding. I found myself thinking of Arlo's warning, wondering what secrets those peaks might hold. Shaking off the feeling of unease, I decided to explore a bit. I needed to stretch my legs after the long drive, and maybe a walk would clear my head. As I started down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were following me. Every time I glanced back, though, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just locals going about their day, barely sparing me a glance. It wasn't until I reached the edge of town that I realized something was off. The chatter of voices and the normal sounds of a small town had faded away, replaced by an unnatural silence. Even the birds seemed to have gone quiet. I stood there for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. That's when I heard it again. That low, mournful sound I'd heard the night before. It seemed to be coming from the woods just beyond the town limits. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn towards it. Little did I know, I was taking my first steps down a path that would lead me into the heart of a nightmare. The trail leading into the woods was barely visible, overgrown and rarely used from the looks of it. As I pushed through the underbrush, the sounds of the town faded away completely, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig under my feet. I'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I came across a weathered wooden sign, half hidden by vines. Brushing them aside, I read the faded lettering, Raven's Perch Trail, 2 miles. An arrow pointed deeper into the woods. Something about the name sent a shiver down my spine. But my curiosity was piqued. I'd come this far. Might as well see where the trail led. Besides, the thought of a bird's-eye view of the area was appealing. Maybe I could get my bearings, figure out my next move. As I continued along the trail, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. The air grew cooler, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. That's when I first noticed the sound. At first I thought it was just the wind rustling through the leaves, but as I walked it seemed to grow louder, more deliberate. It was keeping pace with me, always just off the beaten path. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just my imagination running wild after Arlo's cryptic warning. But that little voice in the back of my head, the one that's kept me alive more than once, was screaming that something wasn't right. The trail began to climb, becoming steeper and rockier. I was breathing hard, both from the exertion and the growing sense of unease. That's when I saw it, a flash of movement just ahead, something large darting between the trees. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and pathetic in the vastness of the forest. "Anyone out there?" Silence. Just the wind whispering through the leaves and the pounding of my own pulse in my ears. "Get a grip, Ryland," I muttered to myself. "It's probably just a deer or something." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Whatever I'd seen was much too big to be a deer, and the way it moved, it was almost human-like, but not quite. I debated turning back, but something drove me forward. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe it was that same self-destructive curiosity that had gotten me into trouble more than once in my life. Whatever the reason, I pressed on. The trail grew steeper still, turning into a near-vertical climb in some places. I was gripping the rocks, focusing on each step, when I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was like a woman screaming mixed with the howl of some kind of beast, high-pitched, agonized, and utterly inhuman. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing on the rocky path. As I steadied myself, I looked up, and that's when I saw it. Crouched on a ledge just above me was a creature straight out of a nightmare. It was tall, at least 7 feet, covered in thick, dark fur. Its face was a grotesque mixture of human and animal features. A wolf's muzzle filled with razor-sharp teeth, but with eyes that were disturbingly intelligent. Its body was shaped like a man's, all lean muscle, but its hands ended in claws longer than my fingers. For a moment, we just stared at each other. I was frozen in place, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The creature tilted its head, almost as if it was confused by my presence. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, it let out another of those bone-chilling howls and lunged towards me. I didn't think, I just reacted. I scrambled backward, nearly falling as I tried to put distance between myself and the monster. Rocks and loose dirt slid under my feet as I half ran, half slid down the path I'd just climbed. I could hear it behind me, its snarls growing louder, claws scraping against stone as it gave chase. Branches whipped at my face as I ran. Stones rolled under my feet, every second expecting to feel the creature's hot breath on my neck. I burst out of the trees into a small clearing, my lungs burning, legs trembling with exertion and fear. For a split second, I thought I'd lost it. Then I heard a growl, so close it made my skin crawl. I spun around just in time to see the creature emerging from the shadows of the forest. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes locked on me with predatory focus. In that moment, I knew with certainty that I was going to die. But some primal instinct for survival kicked in. My hand went to my pocket, fingers closing around the switchblade I always carried. It was a pathetic weapon against this monster, but it was all I had. The creature lunged, impossibly fast. I raised the knife, a wordless cry tearing from my throat. There was a moment of searing pain as its claws raked across my chest. Then the world exploded into chaos. We went down in a tangle of limbs, the creature's weight crushing me. Its face was inches from mine, jaws snapping, hot breath reeking of decay. I fought with everything I had, the knife flashing in the dappled sunlight. I'm not sure how I did it. Maybe it was pure adrenaline, or maybe some kind of divine intervention. But somehow, I managed to drive the blade deep into the creature's chest. It let out a roar that shook the trees, black blood gushing from the wound. For a moment, its eyes met mine, and I saw something there that chilled me even more than the attack had. There was pain there. Yes, but also recognition, intelligence. This wasn't just some animal. Then it was gone, disappearing into the trees with impossible speed, leaving me alone in the clearing. I lay there for I don't know how long, gasping for breath, my body aching, mind reeling from what had just happened. When I finally managed to sit up, I saw the trail of black blood leading into the forest. My t-shirt was in tatters, 4 parallel gashes across my chest, oozing blood. With shaking hands, I retrieved my knife, wiping it clean on the grass. Then, on unsteady legs, I began the long walk back to town. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every rustle in the undergrowth making me flinch. By the time I stumbled back onto Main Street, the sun was setting, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me like grasping fingers. I must have been quite a sight, clothes torn and bloody, wild-eyed and trembling. But the strange thing was, no one seemed to notice. The few people still out on the street barely glanced my way. It was as if they didn't see me at all. Or worse, as if the sight of someone stumbling out of the woods looking like they'd gone 10 rounds with a bear was nothing out of the ordinary. I made it back to Beatrice's inn, not sure where else to go. As I pushed open the door, I caught sight of Arlo sitting at the counter. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew. He knew what was out there in those woods. He'd known all along. But before I could confront him, the world started to spin. The last thing I remember is Beatrice's concerned face hovering over me as the floor rushed up to meet me. When I woke up, I was back in my room at the inn. My wounds had been cleaned and bandaged, my torn clothes replaced with fresh ones. For a moment, I thought maybe it had all been a nightmare. But the dull ache in my chest and the memory of those intelligent, inhuman eyes told me otherwise. I knew I should leave, get as far away from Grantsville as possible, but something held me back. Maybe it was the need to understand what I'd encountered out there in the woods, or maybe it was the growing suspicion. I nodded, a mix of relief and resignation washing over me. I understand, I said, looking down at my hands. The nails were still a bit too long, too sharp, but they no longer resembled claws. What happens now? Arlo exchanged a glance with Beatrice before answering. Now you have a choice to make. You can leave Grantsville, try to build a life somewhere else, or, I prompted when he trailed off. Or you can stay, Beatrice finished for him. Become part of the town, help protect it. We could use someone with your unique perspective. I looked around the room, at the faces of the townspeople who had gathered to witness the ritual. There was fear there, yes, but also acceptance, understanding. These people had lived with the secret of the Quiet Ones for generations. They knew what it meant to straddle the line between two worlds. I'll stay, I heard myself say, the words feeling right as soon as they left my mouth. I don't think I could go back to my old life now, even if I wanted to. Arlo nodded, relief evident on his face. Good, he said, because I have a feeling we're going to need you. As if in response to his words, a howl echoed from the mountains, closer than ever before. We all turned to look out the window. There, at the edge of town, stood a group of figures, tall, inhuman, their eyes glowing in the darkness. They're not happy, Arlo said grimly. Breaking their hold on you, it's upset the balance. I felt a chill run down my spine, but also a surge of determination. Then we'll find a new balance, I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. As I stood there, surrounded by my new community, facing the dark shapes at the edge of the forest, I realized that my journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. The man who had driven into Grantsville all those weeks ago was gone. In his place stood someone new, not quite human, not quite other, but uniquely equipped to bridge the gap between two worlds. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever dark forces might emerge from the shadows of the Appalachian wilderness, I would face them, because Grantsville was my home now, and I would protect it, no matter the cost. As the quiet ones melted back into the forest, I turned to Arlo. "Teach me everything you know," I said. "I want to be ready for whatever comes next." Arlo nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "We'll start tomorrow," he said. "For now, get some rest. Something tells me you're going to need it." That night, as I lay in bed listening to the sounds of the forest, I realized that for the first time since I'd arrived in Grantsville, I felt at peace. The restlessness that had driven me here, the sense of being lost and alone, it was gone. In its place was a sense of purpose, of belonging. I had found my place in the world, even if it wasn't quite the place I'd expected. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard a distant howl. But this time, instead of fear, I felt a strange sort of kinship. I was part of this world now, the world of Grantsville, of the quiet ones, of the wild and secret places. And whatever came next, I would be ready. The months that followed were a whirlwind of training and adjustment. Arlo took me under his wing, teaching me the history of Grantsville and its uneasy truce with the quiet ones. I learned about the wards that protected the town, the rituals that kept the balance between our world and theirs. But more than that, I learned about myself, about the changes that had become a permanent part of me. My senses remained heightened, my strength and agility far beyond human norm. I could see in near total darkness, could hear conversations from hundreds of yards away. And then there were the less physical changes. I found myself drawn to the woods in a way I never had been before. The full moon filled me with a restless energy that was hard to contain. And sometimes, in moments of stress or strong emotion, I could feel something wild and primal stirring just beneath the surface of my consciousness. It wasn't always easy. There were nights when the call of the wild was almost overwhelming, when the urge to run into the forest and never look back was nearly irresistible. But each time I found the strength to resist, anchored by the community that had taken me in. Beatrice became like a mother to me, always ready with a warm meal and a sympathetic ear. The other townspeople, once they got over their initial wariness, accepted me as one of their own. I found work at the local ranger station, my new abilities making me particularly well suited for search and rescue operations. But even as I settled into my new life, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. The quiet ones had been more active since the night of the ritual, venturing closer to town than they had in living memory. We'd had several close calls, hikers who barely made it back to town, their eyes wild with terror as they babbled about impossibly tall figures in the woods. It all came to a head one crisp autumn evening. I was on patrol at the edge of town when I caught a scent on the wind, something wild and musky tinged with the metallic tang of blood. My hackles rose, and yes, I mean that literally, another charming side effect of my transformation. I radioed back to the station, then headed into the woods, moving silently through the underbrush with a grace that still sometimes surprised me. As I went deeper into the forest, the scent grew stronger, and I began to hear sounds, low growls, the snap of branches, something large moving through the trees. Then I saw it, a quiet one, larger than any I'd seen before, its fur matted with blood. It was hunched over something. No, someone, a hiker by the looks of their backpack and boots. Without thinking, I let out a growl of my own, deep and threatening. The quiet one's head snapped up, its glowing eyes fixing on me. For a moment we just stared at each other, two creatures caught between worlds. Then it charged. What followed was a blur of claws and teeth, of primal fury and desperate strength. I fought with everything I had, drawing on both my human intelligence and my newfound animal instincts. We crashed through the underbrush, our battle shaking the very trees around us. In the end, it was a near thing. I managed to drive the creature back, but not before sustaining some nasty wounds of my own. As it retreated into the deeper woods, I turned my attention to the hiker. He was alive, barely, and I managed to get him back to town and to medical attention. But the encounter left me shaken. It was a stark reminder of the precarious balance we maintained in Grantsville, and of the constant threat that lurked just beyond the town limits. That night, as Arlo tended to my wounds, we had a long talk about the future. "They're getting bolder," he said, his face grave. "Something's changed in their world, and it's spilling over into ours." I nodded, wincing as he applied a stinging herbal poultice to a particularly deep gash. "What do we do?" Arlo was quiet for a long moment. "We prepare," he said finally. "We strengthen our defenses, train more people to defend the town, and," he hesitated, then continued, "we might need to consider taking a more proactive approach." I knew what he meant. For generations, Grantsville had maintained a policy of non-interference with the Quiet Ones. We stayed out of their territory, they stayed out of ours. But if that balance was shifting, if they were becoming more aggressive— "You mean going into their territory?" I said. It wasn't a question. Arlo nodded. "It's dangerous, maybe suicide. But if we don't do something soon, I'm afraid we might lose everything." As I lay in bed that night, my body aching from the fight, my mind racing with the implications of Arlo's words, I realized that I was standing on the precipice of something monumental. The choices I made in the coming days and weeks would not only determine my fate, but the fate of Grantsville and perhaps the wider world beyond. The man who had stumbled into this town all those months ago looking for a fresh start was gone. In his place was something new. A protector, a guardian, a bridge between two worlds. As I drifted off to sleep, I heard the distant howl of the Quiet Ones. But this time, instead of fear, I felt a sense of resolve. Whatever came next, whatever challenges we faced, I would be ready. Because Grantsville was my home now, and I would defend it no matter the cost. The next few weeks were a flurry of activity. Arlo and I worked tirelessly, strengthening the town's defenses and training a small group of volunteers in the basics of combating supernatural threats. We reinforced the wards around the town, ancient symbols of protection that had been maintained for generations. But even as we prepared, the situation in the woods grew more dire. Reports of sightings increased, each one bringing the Quiet Ones closer to town. Livestock went missing, pets disappeared. The tension in Grantsville was palpable, a sense of impending doom that hung over everything like a storm cloud. It all came to a head on a moonless night in late autumn. I was awakened by the sound of the town's emergency siren, a sound I'd never heard outside of testing. I was out of bed and dressed in seconds, my enhanced senses on high alert. As I rushed outside, I was hit by a wall of scents, fear, blood, and something else, something wild and ancient and angry. The Quiet Ones were here, in force, and they were attacking the town. The next few hours were chaos. The creatures moved through the darkness with terrifying speed and silence, their glowing eyes the only warning before they struck. We fought back as best we could, but it quickly became clear that we were outmatched. I found myself in the thick of the fighting, my newfound abilities allowing me to go toe-to-toe with the Quiet Ones in a way no one else could. But for every one we drove back, two more seemed to take its place. As dawn approached, we had managed to push the attack back to the edge of town, but at a terrible cost. Houses lay in ruins, and many of our defenders were injured or worse. And still, the Quiet Ones kept coming. That's when I saw him, the leader of the Quiet Ones. He stood at the edge of the forest, taller than the others, his eyes burning with an intelligence that was terrifyingly human, and he was looking right at me. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. This wasn't a battle we could win through force. It needed to end, here and now, or Grantsville would be lost. I stepped forward, away from the defensive line we'd established. I heard Arlo call out to me, but I didn't stop. I walked towards the leader of the Quiet Ones, my heart pounding but my resolve firm. As I approached, the other creatures fell back, forming a circle around us. The leader watched me come, his head tilted in what might have been curiosity. "Enough," I said. my voice carrying in the eerie silence that had fallen. "This ends now." The leader's mouth opened in what might have been a smile, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "And how do you propose to end it, little in-between one?" His voice was like gravel and wind, barely recognizable as speech. "A challenge," I said, drawing on everything Arlo had taught me about their culture and customs. "You and me. If I win, you and your kind leave Grantsville alone. For good." The leader's eyes narrowed. "And if I win?" I swallowed hard, knowing what I was about to offer might well be the end of me. "If you win, I go with you, willingly, to be one of you fully and completely." A ripple of what might have been excitement ran through the gathered quiet ones. Their leader studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "Agreed." What followed was the fight of my life. The leader was stronger, faster, and more vicious than any opponent I'd ever faced. His claws raked across my skin. His teeth snapped inches from my throat. But I had something he didn't. The memory of my humanity, and the desperate need to protect the people I'd come to call family. The battle seemed to last for hours, though it was probably only minutes. We crashed through the underbrush, our conflict shaking the very earth beneath our feet. I was battered, bleeding, pushed to the very limits of my endurance. But in the end, it was that spark of humanity that made the difference. As the leader lunged for what he thought would be the killing blow, I feinted, then used a move Arlo had taught me, a grapple that used the creature's own momentum against it. There was a sickening crack as the leader went down, his neck bent at an unnatural angle. For a moment, everything was still. Then slowly, the other quiet ones began to retreat, melting back into the forest until only I remained, standing over the body of their fallen leader. As the sun rose over Grantsville, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I felt a profound sense of change. The air itself seemed different, clearer somehow. The oppressive presence that had hung over the town for generations was not gone exactly, but altered. Arlo found me there, still standing vigil. "It's over," he said softly. "You did it, Ryland. You saved us all." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. But as Arlo helped me back towards town, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't an ending but a beginning. The balance had shifted, yes, but to what? In the days that followed, as Grantsville began the long process of rebuilding, I found myself drawn more and more to the woods, not out of the wild, uncontrollable urge I'd felt before, but out of a sense of responsibility. I was the bridge now, between the world of humans and the world of the quiet ones. It wouldn't be easy. The wounds, both physical and emotional, would take time to heal. The people of Grantsville would need to learn to live with the knowledge that the monsters in the woods were real, and that one of those monsters now walked among them. But as I stood at the edge of town, looking out at the vast expanse of forest that had been both my nemesis and my salvation, I felt a sense of hope. We had faced the darkness and emerged, changed but unbroken. Whatever came next, whatever new challenges we might face, we would face them together, because that's what it meant to be part of Grantsville. That's what it meant to be a guardian of the hidden world. And me? Well, I was finally home. I hadn't spent much time with my dad since Mom died. Truthfully, I hadn't spent much time with him before that either. Cal Morgan was the kind of father you admired from a distance, and that distance usually felt like the span of a continent. He spent most of my childhood overseas, a career Army Ranger known for his ability to survive in conditions most people wouldn't willingly visit. When he finally retired, he didn't settle down. Instead, he chose to teach wilderness navigation and survival. My mother loved him, though I'm not sure she ever fully understood him. After she passed, we became two people orbiting a painful silence. When he suggested a week-long trek through Wyoming's Wind River Range, I almost said no. But something in his voice, a gentle vulnerability I hadn't heard before, pushed me to agree. I flew in from Seattle, met him in Riverton, and we drove out to the Elkhart Park trailhead on a cold September morning. The leaves had already turned a brittle yellow, and a ranger stopped us briefly before we headed out, warning us of bear sightings and an early snowfall. Neither seemed to bother Dad. The first couple of days went by without issue, aside from my growing irritation with the terrain and weather. By day 3, we'd crossed Island Lake and were making our way toward Bonneville Basin. My muscles ached, the straps of my pack chafing my shoulders. But I kept pace with my father. He moved ahead of me with practiced ease, constantly scanning the horizon as if expecting trouble. It was almost noon when Dad paused on the trail, staring intently into a stand of lodgepole pines. "Hold up," he said quietly. "What is it?" "Game trail. Curious where it leads." I sighed loudly enough for him to hear, but he ignored it and stepped off the main path. The trail he chose was barely more than a hint of disturbed grass, winding through a grove so dense that branches scratched at our jackets. I swallowed my complaints, following closely behind. Less than a quarter mile later, we found it. My stomach twisted into a tight knot. There, tucked against a rocky slope beneath twisted, dying pines, stood a crude shelter. The walls were built from elk antlers, cracked bones, and rotting wood, every piece weathered by exposure. It looked like something built by someone desperate or insane. A heap of sharp angles and organic debris. My eyes trailed across the twisted shapes, and nausea rose in my throat as I realized many of the bones had been gnawed. "Dad," my voice barely carried above a whisper. He didn't respond. Instead, he knelt and ran his fingers slowly over one of the wooden support beams. Then he abruptly recoiled, eyes narrowing. I stepped closer, feeling the chill seep through my coat. Embedded in the grain of the weathered wood were teeth, human teeth, ivory white to yellowed, roots intact, forced deep into the timber. I could feel my pulse quicken, breath fogging in short bursts. "Dad, we shouldn't be here." He nodded, his eyes darkening. Without another word, he turned away and walked back the way we'd come, faster than before. I hurried after him, glancing back only once at the terrible shelter. It seemed to mock our intrusion, a dark, jagged shape standing stark against the thin forest. We hiked another mile down a steep slope toward a rushing glacial stream before Dad finally stopped. We set camp in silence, working quickly as dusk seeped across the landscape. Dad spoke little, only giving brief instructions. His eyes seemed focused on something far away, something only he could see. Nightfall came rapidly, bringing with it a bitter wind. I zipped myself into the tent and stared at the thin nylon walls, listening to the stream hiss and churn nearby. Sleep came in restless fits, and it felt like only moments passed before a sound woke me. Crunch, crunch. I sat upright, my pulse pounding in my ears. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, like footsteps circling above our camp. I turned toward Dad. He was already awake, his eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the tent. He lifted a finger to his lips and shook his head slowly. Crunch, snap. Whatever it was circled us twice before moving away. When silence finally returned, neither of us moved, waiting desperately for dawn. The morning light brought relief, but also dread. Our camp looked different. Small things, scattered items shifted subtly from where we'd left them. Dad stood at the edge of our clearing, his posture stiff. I approached quietly, then followed his gaze down to the ground. Resting on a flat rock placed there intentionally was a pair of military-issued jungle boots. Worn down, split at the soles, they looked as though they'd spent years in these mountains. Dad knelt slowly, staring at them. His face was pale. "What is it?" I asked, though part of me didn't want the answer. He exhaled slowly, his voice tight. "These belonged to someone I knew. Sergeant Bill Navarro. He disappeared up here maybe 6 years back. They never found him." The silence that followed was heavier than any we'd shared before. I stared at those boots, trying to ignore the way the wind now felt colder, the trees more oppressive. "Dad," I finally whispered, "I think someone wants us gone." His eyes met mine, colder and more haunted than I'd ever seen them. "No, Rachel. I think someone wants us to stay." My father didn't speak again until mid-morning. We sat quietly by the small fire he'd built, sipping bitter coffee. My nerves felt frayed from lack of sleep and the creeping unease that had taken hold. I stared into the smoldering embers, hoping he'd break the silence first. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with something I couldn't quite identify. "Rachel, about those boots." I glanced up. He was looking directly at me, his expression tense, the lines of his face deeper than I remembered. "They were Bill Navarro's," he continued, voice hushed as if even the trees might overhear. "He disappeared hiking solo up here back in 2019. No traces, no leads, nothing. Search and rescue teams combed these mountains for weeks. I knew Bill well enough to recognize those boots anywhere." "How can you be sure?" My question felt foolish even as I said it. "The laces," he said softly. "Bill always used red paracord. It was his way of being prepared. I taught him that." I swallowed hard, feeling the forest around us tighten like a snare. "Maybe someone found them. Maybe it's a coincidence." He shook his head slowly. "I don't think so. Whatever we stumbled into here, it's not random." The silence fell between us again, oppressive. We broke camp in tense quiet, packing swiftly. Every sound felt louder. The crunch of pine needles beneath our boots, the rustling of gear, our breaths sharp and shallow. The weight of our packs grew heavier, as if the air itself resisted our movement. By midday, we'd moved a few miles south along the trail. I tried to focus on the terrain, the vast granite faces, the sharp contrast of alpine grass against patches of snow. But my eyes kept drifting back up the ridge toward the shelter we'd left behind. Then, around mid-afternoon, Dad stopped abruptly and pointed into the distance. A thin ribbon of smoke curled upward against a pale, cloudy sky somewhere near the ridge we'd left earlier. It rose and dissipated gently, far too controlled to be accidental, yet oddly faint, barely visible. "Is someone camping up there?" I asked, though I doubted my own suggestion. "Too remote," Dad murmured, eyes narrowed. "Not a good spot, no water source nearby." We watched it silently for another few minutes. Eventually the smoke faded entirely, leaving no trace it had ever existed. Dad's jaw tightened. "Let's keep moving." Evening descended quickly, blanketing the valley in shades of gray and blue. Dad chose a new campsite cautiously, selecting an open area with good visibility. We built a larger fire this time, arranging rocks carefully around its perimeter. He retrieved a hatchet and a flare gun from his pack, placing both within easy reach. His preparation only heightened my anxiety. We barely spoke through dinner, ears straining to pick up anything unusual. Just as the shadows deepened, I moved down a shallow slope to gather water from a stream. My breath caught when something shifted in my peripheral vision. I froze, then slowly raised my eyes toward the ridge above us. A figure stood outlined against the fading twilight, tall, gaunt, and angular. Its form was distorted by the dimness, but clearly not an animal. Its arms hung unnaturally long at its sides, torso impossibly thinned. I stood paralyzed, heart hammering in my chest. "Dad," I whispered urgently, barely audible. "Up on the ridge." He appeared next to me, following my gaze upward. But the figure was already gone. Only empty space remained, framed by rocks and pines. I felt a deep chill settle into my bones. "I saw it," I insisted softly, fighting back the tremor in my voice. "Someone was watching us." He nodded gravely. "I believe you." We hurried back to camp, building the fire higher, feeding it dry wood until flames leaped and crackled. I pulled my jacket tightly around my shoulders, scanning the dark edges of our campsite. As night fell fully, dread pressed in around us, heavy and tangible. Then we heard it, footsteps again, slow and deliberate, circling just beyond the fire's glow. Dad gripped the hatchet tightly, jaw clenched. The steps moved with precision, pausing occasionally as if measuring our reactions. We sat frozen, listening, barely breathing. Suddenly, something landed near the fire, making me jump. I stared in horror as Dad leaned forward, lifting the object from the ground. His fingers trembled slightly as he held it up to the firelight. An army patch. His face drained of color as he turned it over. He traced the emblem gently with his thumb, his breathing ragged, eyes glassy with emotion. "This is from my old unit," he whispered. His voice cracked on the words, grief and confusion spilling from him openly for the first time in my life. "This belonged to one of the others, one of the missing." My stomach churned. "How many went missing, Dad?" He exhaled deeply, fighting back visible pain. "4. 4 soldiers from my unit vanished up here between 2009 and 2018. Always alone, always without a trace." I felt tears stinging my eyes, the reality of our situation hitting me with terrifying clarity. Something followed us from that shelter, something that knows you. Before he could respond, a new sound froze us both. Directly behind the tent, close enough to touch the thin nylon walls, came deep, rhythmic breathing. It sounded wet and heavy, inhaling long and slow, as if taking us in, savoring our presence. Dad lifted his finger silently, eyes locked on mine, shaking his head once. Neither of us dared to move, barely breathing ourselves. We waited, muscles taut, minds frantically searching for escape, until eventually the sound stopped. But the silence that replaced it was infinitely worse. When everything essential was secured, Dad reached into his pack and pulled out a small canister of kerosene, one he'd carried for emergencies. In swift, practiced motions, he began rigging a crude tripwire between 2 narrow trees near our campsite's edge. He laid fishing line at ankle height, barely visible, securing it tightly between 2 sticks that supported the canister above a small prepared mound of tinder. "What's this?" I whispered sharply, confused. "A warning, or a distraction." His tone was flat, resolute. "When this trips, it'll flash up quick. If something's following us, we'll have a few seconds." I swallowed hard, realizing this wasn't just caution. He was setting a trap. Whatever stalked us wasn't just some wild animal. It was something else entirely, something calculated. We extinguished most of our fire, leaving just glowing embers, and waited in the bitter chill. The minutes dragged on torturously, every snapping twig or rustling branch jolting my heart. Eventually, I saw Dad glance at his watch, frowning deeply. "It's past 1, he whispered. "Let's move." We hoisted our packs and took our first cautious steps away from camp, barely daring to breathe. The forest around us felt suffocating, every shadow hiding unseen threats. We'd made it maybe 50 yards following our carefully marked GPS route through dense trees, when a sharp crack echoed from behind. An instant later, a bright orange flash erupted in the darkness, briefly illuminating the trees like a violent sunrise. We both spun around, eyes widening in horror, as a figure emerged through the flames, briefly silhouetted by the flickering blaze. My heart lurched. It was impossibly tall, emaciated, with elongated limbs and pale, ash-covered skin that stretched over prominent bones. Its jaw hung grotesquely wide, an open maw of blackness. And even in that split-second glimpse, I could tell there were no eyes, only empty hollows. "Run," Dad shouted, grabbing my arm and yanking me forward. Adrenaline surged through me, obliterating the pain in my legs as we plunged into a panicked sprint. Branches clawed at my face and neck. I stumbled repeatedly, nearly losing my footing on slick rocks and tangled undergrowth. Dad's breathing was harsh beside me, matching mine in sheer desperation. Behind us, crashing steps echoed relentlessly, heavy and deliberate, drawing closer with every stride. I slipped hard, my knee slamming onto shale, sending sharp pain slicing upward through my body. Dad hauled me up without pause, his grip iron tight. We pushed forward blindly, driven by fear and instinct alone. Then the whistle started. Sharp, shrill sounds piercing the night. They echoed strangely, distorted, almost mimicking human voices but twisted into something far worse. It felt as though they came from every direction at once, impossible to pinpoint. My throat tightened in panic. The trail blurred ahead, lit dimly by our shaking headlamps. The figure behind us crashed through brush and branches, persistent but strangely measured. matching our frantic pace as if it were playing a twisted game. My lungs burned, each breath ragged, every step becoming heavier and slower. Still, Dad pushed us forward, unwilling to slow down. Just as the sky began to lighten, faint hints of dawn illuminating the peaks around us, the terrain leveled out. A surge of hope jolted me. We were close to the parking area, our truck parked safely just beyond this final stretch of wilderness. "Dad," I gasped, voice raw from exertion. "We're almost there." We stumbled together, our pace frantic and uneven, desperate to reach the dirt lot ahead. Behind us, the creature's pursuit had slowed, the whistles fading to silence, replaced only by distant, eerie cracking sounds. Neither of us dared to look back. Finally, our boots met packed dirt, familiar ground beneath us at last. We reached the truck in seconds, hands shaking violently as Dad fumbled the keys, finally unlocking the doors. I practically threw myself inside, chest heaving painfully. Dad started the engine immediately, spinning gravel as we pulled away, racing down the narrow road. Neither of us spoke during the drive back toward civilization. Exhaustion seeped into my bones and I stared out the passenger window, seeing nothing but dark trees and shadowed mountains. When we reached the ranger station an hour later, the sun was fully risen, bathing the world in an oddly normal light that felt surreal. The rangers listened carefully to Dad's recounting, disbelief and concern mixing on their faces. 2 days later, a search team returned to the coordinates we provided. Dad and I waited in anxious silence for their report, but what they found offered no relief, only further confusion. The entire ridge had been burned black. Charred trees and scorched rocks stretched as far as they could see. The strange bone and wood shelter, the boots, the signs of whatever had stalked us, nothing remained. Not a single piece of evidence survived the flames. We never returned to the Wind River Range. Dad stopped guiding trips, retreating further into himself. He began writing letters, quiet apologies to the families of those lost men from his old unit. He never shared their replies, if there ever were any. Years later, I framed that army patch, sealing it carefully beneath glass. Below it, in small, precise handwriting, I noted the GPS coordinates we'd marked. Blood Ridge, a place now wiped from official maps, existing only in our memories and nightmares. I always knew Snowshoe Gulch had a reputation. Most trails around Flathead National Forest do, especially if you talk to the locals who've spent their lives hunting, fishing, and guiding tourists through these mountains. Growing up here, I'd heard the whispers, the quiet warnings about places that didn't feel quite right. My brother Eli and I would joke about it sometimes, those strange stories, calling them campfire talk or old-timer paranoia. But neither of us ever laughed too loud, and we always watched the tree line carefully when the shadows stretched long. When Eli went missing with his client, Eric H. Halstead, in early January of 2019, those whispers came back louder and colder. 3 days after they failed to return, Flathead County Search and Rescue was out combing the trails, trying to pick up their tracks. I didn't join the main group, even though they'd asked me. Instead, I teamed up with Nathan Two Feathers, a Blackfeet tracker I'd known since we were kids, and 2 other volunteers, Deputy Greg Weller from the Sheriff's Department, and Jesse, a local who'd been riding snowmobiles through these forests almost as long as I had. We left before sunrise, engines cutting through the silence, headlights piercing the heavy snow flurries that rolled over the mountains. It took 3 hours of riding before we finally reached the edge of Snowshoe Gulch. It wasn't a place meant for snowmobiling, too steep, too narrow, and notoriously unpredictable, but Eli's GPS had pinged near here before going silent. Nathan slowed ahead of me, signaling us to stop. His expression was solemn beneath the fur-lined hood of his parka. "This place feels wrong," Nathan said simply, killing his engine. He gazed through the trees, eyes narrowed. "My grandfather refused to hunt here. He called it a place the forest wouldn't take back." Greg chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood. "Come on, Two Feathers. Let's not spook ourselves before we even get started. Nathan ignored him and looked straight at me. Caleb, if your brother came here willingly, he had a good reason. Eli was smart. I nodded silently. Eli was experienced, careful. If he'd come here, something had drawn him. We rode slowly into the gulch, engines growling as we navigated fallen trees and drifts higher than our waists. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. No birdsong, no rustling of branches, just a thick, oppressive silence. Jesse spotted the sleds first, pointing wordlessly. They sat in a small clearing, arranged nose to nose in a perfect circle, headlights still faintly glowing beneath snowdrifts. Why would they park like that? Jesse whispered, unease creeping into his voice. I moved closer, brushing snow from the seat of Eli's sled. His keys were still in the ignition. The fuel gauge read half full. It made no sense. Eli was meticulous, disciplined. He wouldn't abandon his machine in such an odd formation. Nathan crouched by the tracks leading away from the snowmobiles. 2 sets of prints, he said. No panic, no running. They walked. We followed the footprints carefully through the snow until they ended abruptly at a frozen creek. Greg stepped cautiously onto the ice, shining his flashlight through the layers. Solid, thick, no cracks, no signs of someone breaking through. Impossible, Greg muttered, disbelief coloring his voice. Tracks don't just disappear. Nathan stood quietly, studying the trees above the creek, his breath clouding in the fading daylight. Something erased them. This place doesn't belong to us. It never did. The sun sank behind the ridgeline, bringing swift darkness. We set up camp on a flat rise overlooking the clearing, lighting a fire that crackled softly against the suffocating stillness of the forest. Nathan silently scattered tobacco to the 4 directions around our camp. Greg watched skeptically, his mouth forming questions he never asked. Jesse paced restlessly near the fire, glancing constantly toward the shadows. After the others bedded down, I sat awake, staring into the dark trees. Somewhere out there was Eli. I couldn't shake the feeling that something watched us. I glanced at Nathan. He hadn't moved from his spot by the fire. I moved closer, whispering, "What did your grandfather say lived out here?" Nathan didn't look at me, just gazed unblinking into the flames. He called it the eater of men, old, hungry, something from the times when these mountains belonged to no tribe. He said it sleeps until someone wakes it. I shivered despite the fire's heat. Before I could reply, Jesse jerked awake nearby, his eyes wide in panic. He scrambled backward, pointing frantically toward the trees behind me. "I saw someone," Jesse gasped, voice shaking. "Someone tall, walking out there behind the trees." We grabbed flashlights and weapons, immediately scanning the darkness beyond the camp's glow. Nothing, no tracks, no movement, only endless shadows cast by trees and snow. "You imagined it," Greg grumbled, clearly irritated but uncertain. But Jesse shook his head firmly, retreating closer to the fire. "I know what I saw." Nathan watched silently, jaw tense. Then he turned slowly back toward the fire. "Sleep if you can. Tomorrow will be harder." I tried to rest, but sleep wouldn't come. Each rustle of the branches made my heart leap. Every shadow became something standing there, watching. I lay awake, eyes open, waiting for morning, knowing in my gut that whatever was out here was waiting too. Morning broke gray and bitter, a low-hanging mist shrouding Snowshoe Gulch like a damp cloak. Sleep had eluded me, coming only in restless bursts. I woke exhausted, with Nathan already packing gear methodically. Greg stood nearby, pacing impatiently, glancing between his watch and the silent trees. Jesse sat close to the dying embers of our fire, staring blankly into the snow. I pulled my coat tighter, ignoring the knot of dread in my stomach. We ate quickly, mostly in silence, our conversation limited to planning. Nathan stood, shouldered his pack, and spoke quietly. "We follow the tracks as far as they lead. Then we reconsider. Everyone stays within eyesight." We retraced our steps back to the frozen creek. The footprints remained exactly as we'd left them, vanishing inexplicably at the icy edge. Nathan knelt again, brushing away fresh snow with a gloved hand. "This wasn't natural," he muttered softly, barely loud enough for me to hear. Greg cleared his throat impatiently, eager to dismiss Nathan's superstitions. "Then let's find what did it and be done. We're wasting daylight." Nathan said nothing, rising slowly, eyes scanning the ridge ahead. With no clear trail, we climbed the steep incline ahead, picking our way through tangled brush and dense pines. Snow crunched beneath our boots, echoing oddly through the silent woods. The farther we ascended, the more oppressive the quiet became, pressing down around us. Halfway up, Jesse stopped abruptly, voice trembling. "What the hell is that?" We turned, following his gaze upward. About 20 feet above, wedged firmly into the trunk of a towering pine, was the partially eaten skull of a deer. Its jaw hung crookedly, empty eye sockets staring down at us, grotesque and hollow. I felt bile rise in my throat. "Oh, who could do that?" Jesse whispered. Greg stepped forward, examining it closer, his face a mixture of disgust and confusion. "No blood, no drag marks. This doesn't make sense." Nathan was staring at the trees around us, eyes wide and alert. He motioned for silence, pointing to something farther ahead. We moved cautiously, eyes searching through the gloom. A dozen yards up, limbs of animals' antlers, deer legs, were wedged between branches, arranged deliberately high above the ground. Everything appeared drained, dried, almost mummified. I glanced at Nathan, whose face had turned pale. He shook his head slowly, voice tight. "This is a warning. It wants us gone." Greg snorted angrily, visibly shaken. "This is just some sick local playing games." Nathan met his eyes without blinking. "No man did this." Silence hung heavy between us. Finally, Nathan spoke, voice firm but quiet. "I will go no further. Whatever woke up in this place is older than us. We have intruded enough." I stared at him, anger and fear warring inside me. "My brother's still out here, Nathan. I'm not leaving until we find him." Nathan's eyes softened briefly, sympathy in his gaze. "I won't risk all of our lives, not for this." Greg set his jaw defiantly. "Then stay here. Caleb and I will finish this." I nodded, though my pulse pounded in my ears. Jesse looked back and forth uncertainly, then quietly took a step toward Nathan. "I'll stay too," he said, avoiding my gaze. I can't." Without another word, Greg and I pressed upward. The air seemed to grow colder, biting through my clothing. My fingers tightened on the handle of my flashlight, knuckles aching from the grip. After a few exhausting minutes, we reached the crest of the ridge. Greg stopped suddenly, eyes wide, face drained of color. "Caleb," he whispered hoarsely. Ahead of us, barely visible in the snowdrift, was a dark shape, a sleeve, a bright orange parka sleeve. My heart seized painfully as we scrambled forward, frantically digging. Eric Halstead's frozen face emerged, rigid and twisted into a final grimace of terror. His body was curled in a tight fetal position, both feet bare, blackened with frostbite. His eyes stared sightlessly at the sky. "God," Greg breathed, stepping back, horror evident on his face. "What happened to him?" I stood numb, unable to tear my gaze from the expression of pure dread locked onto Eric's face. A sudden snapping sound echoed through the trees behind us, making us both spin around. Greg raised his rifle, flashlight beam slicing through the thickening gloom. The woods were empty, yet I could feel something there, heavy and unseen, breathing slowly, patiently. The hairs rose on my neck as silence reclaimed the forest. "Let's get him back," I finally whispered. We carried Eric down awkwardly, our breath misting the air in hurried bursts, every step feeling heavier than the last. Nathan and Jesse met us halfway, their expressions grim. Nathan's eyes never left Eric's body. "Leave him here," Nathan said, voice flat. Greg bristled, furious. "Like hell we will." Nathan didn't flinch, didn't move. "Don't bring the marked one to the fire. It knows." Greg cursed bitterly, but I waved him silent. "We'll bury him nearby then," I said quietly, ignoring the nausea rising in my throat. We dug hurriedly, placing Eric carefully in the shallow grave, covering him swiftly with frozen earth and snow. All the while, Nathan stood watching the darkening woods, lips moving softly in prayer. That night around our fire, we barely spoke. Greg stared angrily into the darkness, gripping his rifle tightly. Jesse curled up near the fire, eyes wide with terror, flinching at every sound. Nathan remained silent, gaze fixed on the tree line. As exhaustion finally pulled at me, I heard it, a slow, heavy crunching through the snow, circling our camp just beyond the reach of the firelight. Each footfall was deliberate, patient, and close. When I lifted my head to look, nothing moved, yet the sound continued, circling endlessly, never quite seen. I shut my eyes, unable to block it out. As sleep claimed me, one thought echoed relentlessly in my mind. We were never alone out here. I woke to an ashen dawn, frost biting sharply at my exposed skin. The fire had burned down to embers, leaving the campsite gray and lifeless. I sat up stiffly, body sore and mind still haunted by the heavy footsteps I had heard circling our camp through the night. Across from me, Nathan was already awake, silently sharpening a knife, eyes distant and troubled. I stood, stretching out the ache in my limbs, scanning the surroundings. Jesse was pacing nervously, head bowed, hands trembling. Greg loaded his rifle carefully, his jaw set tight with grim determination. Nathan finally spoke, eyes meeting mine briefly before turning back to his blade. "We need to leave. There's nothing left here we can save." "My brother's still out there, Nathan," I said, voice rough from the cold. "I won't leave him." Nathan sighed heavily, setting his knife down. He stood slowly, meeting my eyes. "Caleb, your brother isn't here anymore. Not the way you remember him. This place doesn't return what it takes." Greg interrupted sharply, stepping forward. "Enough with this superstition. We saw Eric's body. There's still hope Eli is alive out here." Nathan's eyes darkened. "What's alive out here isn't Eli anymore." I hesitated, uncertainty tightening my throat. Then Greg touched my shoulder, voice firm and reassuring. "We came here to find him. Let's finish it." I nodded slowly, pushing away Nathan's warning, and adjusted my pack. Jesse shook his head quickly, backing toward Nathan. I'm staying here. I can't go back up there." Nathan placed a reassuring hand on Jesse's shoulder, watching Greg and me prepare to leave. As we moved into the trees, Nathan called softly, his voice carrying clearly in the silence. "If you see it, don't run. Don't look it in the eyes." The climb back to the ridge was grueling. Silence stretched between us, broken only by the sound of our breathing. Greg led, rifle clenched tightly in gloved hands. My thoughts spiraled, fear gnawing at the edges of my resolve. As we crested the ridge, we froze. The trees here had changed overnight. Branches snapped cleanly, arranged in a crude circle, limbs twisted like grotesque sculptures. In the snow, clearly visible, were Eli's boot prints leading deeper into the woods. My pulse quickened, hope and dread tangled painfully together. Greg stepped forward, cautiously examining the tracks. "These are fresh," he said softly, motioning me onward. We followed slowly, scanning every shadow, each breath tense and shallow. The prints wound deeper into the forest, disappearing behind a dense wall of tangled pines. Then, from just beyond those trees, came Eli's voice, thin, hollow, unmistakable. "Caleb? Is that you?" I broke forward without thinking, desperation propelling me past Greg. He called out sharply behind me, but I didn't slow. I pushed through the dense branches, emerging into a small clearing. Eli stood at the far end, barefoot in the snow, eyes glazed, lips cracked. His parka hung torn from his shoulders, skin pale and blue beneath. He trembled violently, staring blankly through me. "Eli," I said, breath hitching, "we're here. We found you." He didn't move, didn't acknowledge my words. Instead, his eyes widened, focused beyond me, terror flooding his features. A guttural roar erupted from the trees behind us, echoing painfully through the clearing. Greg spun around, rifle raised, shouting. I grabbed Eli's arm, pulling him toward me. panic surging in my chest. "Run," Greg shouted, firing blindly into the trees. His shots echoed uselessly, swallowed by the forest. I pulled Eli forward, stumbling through snow, heart hammering wildly. Behind me, I heard Greg scream, a raw, agonized sound abruptly silenced. I didn't turn back. We burst through the trees, slipping and falling toward Nathan and Jesse's waiting forms below. Nathan rushed to meet us, eyes wide with urgency. "Keep moving," he shouted, gripping Eli's other arm, pulling us down toward the camp. Behind us, branches snapped violently, something massive pursuing, unseen, its pace steady, relentless. My lungs burned as we scrambled to the snowmobiles. Jesse started the engines frantically, terror etched on his face. Nathan shoved Eli onto the sled behind Jesse, turning sharply toward the trees, chanting urgently under his breath. Then he pushed me toward the sled, eyes fierce and clear. "Go," he commanded. The engines roared to life, drowning out the deafening silence of the forest. I hesitated only a second before climbing on, glancing back just long enough to see Nathan facing the trees defiantly, lips moving, knife drawn. Then we were speeding away, the gulch disappearing behind us in a blur of white and shadow. We rode hard, not slowing until we reached open ground near the main trails. Only then did Jesse finally kill the engine. I slid off, legs shaking, and turned to Eli. He sat motionless, eyes distant, murmuring softly to himself. Jesse stood back, breathing heavily, pale and shaken. In that quiet moment, Eli's whispers became clear. "It watches through the bones. It watches through the bones." 2 days later, Eli was found wandering barefoot down an old logging road miles from Snowshoe Gulch. He remembered nothing, offering only fractured whispers about the Tall One and the Eater of Men. Greg's body was never recovered. Weeks passed before I visited Eli in the psychiatric facility in Kalispell. He refused to go near windows at night, eyes always fixed fearfully on shadows. As I prepared to leave, he finally spoke clearly, his voice strained, hollow. "You can't see it unless it wants you to, but you feel it. It waits behind the cold." I left him there, haunted by his words and the knowledge that whatever we awakened out in Snowshoe Gulch still lingered, patient and hungry, waiting silently behind the trees. I'd spent most of my adult life in places like this, quiet, remote, and rugged. It's a life I chose, a solace I found in the vast, untamed corners of the country. Before joining the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, I was a Yellowstone field researcher, comfortable with the profound silence of trekking alone through vast stretches of forest and backcountry. I'd faced down grizzlies and spent weeks with only wolves for company. But my assignment now, simple enough on paper, felt different from the start. Collar elk and collect biological samples in the Gila wilderness following a shocking and unexplained 40% population drop. The Gila is no Yellowstone, though. Yellowstone has a certain rugged grandeur, an openness to its wildness. The Gila is rougher somehow, more primal and less forgiving. Dense, thorny forests tumble into shadowed canyons that seem to swallow light whole. The terrain conspires to make you feel like an intruder. It feels untouched, not in a pristine way, but in a way that suggests even the locals know better than to venture too far in. I'd made camp 3 miles off the main trail last night near Turkey Feather Pass, and had pushed even farther north this morning toward the headwaters of Bear Wallow Creek. My objective was to collar elk in an area where motion-triggered cameras had picked up something deeply odd, herds breaking apart in blind panic, scattering for no discernible reason. It didn't match the behavior of any known predator, wolf, lion, or bear. By noon, I reached the area I'd marked on my map, an open meadow, a serene-looking clearing ringed by a silent congregation of old-growth spruce and ponderosa pine. My boots sank slightly into the soft, dark earth, still damp from recent rains. I paused to get my bearings and check my gear. Tranquilizer rifle strapped securely over one shoulder, tagging supplies in my backpack, biological sampling kit secured to my belt. Everything was accounted for. The first sign that something was profoundly wrong hit me about 50 yards into the clearing. It was the quiet and unnatural, suffocating quiet. I've spent enough time outdoors to know that silence often signals danger, the tense pause before a predator strikes. But this was different. It wasn't a pause, it was a vacuum, as if sound itself was being actively suppressed. I scanned the tree line slowly, my hand resting on the stock of my rifle. Nothing, no shapes moving through the brush, no flicker of a tail, no signs of disturbance. I nearly stumbled on the first elk without seeing it. The animal lay perfectly still, collapsed in the tall grass as if it had simply lain down for a nap. Kneeling, I touched its flank gingerly. Cold, stone cold. Rigor mortis had already set in, the limbs stiff as iron, suggesting it had been dead for days. But that was impossible. The grass beneath the massive body was fresh, green and completely undisturbed. There were no signs of a struggle, no churned-up mud, more unnerving still. No wounds, no blood, no bite marks from predators, not even a scratch. Nothing. As I rose and looked around the meadow, a cold knot tightened in my chest. There were more. 5 additional elk lay scattered evenly across the clearing, forming a near-perfect circle with the first one. Each was positioned in the same bizarre placid state, lying down, legs stiffly extended, necks stretched out, eyes wide open, staring at the empty sky. Their tongues protruded slightly, a grotesque uniform touch to an already surreal scene. I forced my training to take over, pushing back the rising tide of dread. I moved from one carcass to the next in a grim circuit around the clearing, documenting the same inexplicable symptoms. No trauma, no scavenging, no apparent cause of death. Methodically, my hands moving with a precision that belied the tremor in my gut, I took tissue samples, hair samples, blood samples from each animal. I labeled each glass tube with meticulous care, the scratch of my pen the only sound in the unnerving stillness. The whole time, I fought off the distinct and terrifying feeling that the forest had gone even quieter, as if it were holding its breath, watching me. It took me an hour to finish. The samples were critical and needed to get to the lab immediately. But when I tried my satellite phone, the signal struggled, flickering with a single weak bar before dropping out completely. No connection. I tucked the precious samples securely into a cooled pouch in my pack and stood, knowing I would have to carry them out myself tomorrow morning. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, I made camp just outside the meadow, seeking the meager shelter of a thick spruce stand. I wasn't hungry, I wasn't tired, I was coiled tight, every instinct screaming at me to pack up and get out now. But logic, the scientist in me, held me back. There had to be a rational explanation. A localized disease, a toxic fungus, an environmental poison. I couldn't abandon my assignment without more data. I lay awake long after darkness fell, staring at the thin nylon of my tent wall, listening. The forest had finally begun to stir again. The faint rustlings of nocturnal animals, the distant soothing murmur of the creek. Normalcy was returning. Then everything went quiet once more. In that absolute silence came a sound I know I will never be able to erase from my memory. A long, piercing scream that erupted from somewhere high above the ridge. It wasn't human. It wasn't elk, mountain lion, bear, or coyote. I've heard every sound the North American wilderness can produce, and this was none of them. The scream rose in a sharp, agonizing crescendo, a sound of pure terror and malice, and then it abruptly cut off, leaving a void of silence that felt deeper and more threatening than before. My heart hammered against my ribs as I sat bolt upright, my hand closing around the cold steel of my tranquilizer rifle. Then came a sudden sharp snap of brush. Close, maybe 20 yards out. Another followed, slightly off to my right. Whatever was out there was moving deliberately, circling my tent at irregular intervals. Each crack of a branch, each crunch of leaf litter sounded heavy, intentional. This was no deer wandering by. With a trembling hand, I clicked on my high-lumen flashlight, tore open the tent flap, and blasted the beam into the trees. I saw nothing, just the stark white trunks of aspens, the deep shadows between them, and empty spaces where something should have been standing. Slowly, methodically, I swept the light in a full circle around my campsite. Nothing moved, but I knew with a certainty that went deeper than sight that something was there, watching me from just beyond the edge of the light. I zipped the tent closed again and waited, my back pressed against my pack, rifle in my lap, eyes wide open in the oppressive dark, fully aware I wouldn't sleep another minute until daylight came. At the first pale hint of dawn, I abandoned any pretense of scientific duty. My fingers, clumsy and shaking, fumbled with my gear. It wasn't the morning cold that caused the tremor, but a raw-edged dread I'd never experienced before. Not even when I'd been bluff-charged by a grizzly in Yellowstone. Every instinct I possessed shouted at me to leave, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the clearing of dead elk, between me and whatever had patiently circled my tent during the long, dark night. I set out quickly, heading south along a narrow game trail that would eventually lead toward the ranger station near Bonner Canyon. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows through the trees, I forced myself to breathe evenly, to rationalize my fear, exhaustion, solitude, and an overactive imagination playing cruel tricks. But no amount of logic could erase the memory of that scream echoing through the darkness. By midday, I came across a cluster of elk bones scattered across the trail. I knelt to examine them, and a fresh wave of ice flowed through my veins. The bones were entirely clean, unnaturally stripped of every shred of muscle, sinew, and ligament. What remained had been carefully arranged in precise anatomical order. The ribs laid out in a perfect parallel fan, the vertebrae aligned in a neat, delicate column. There were no teeth marks from scavengers, no evidence of insects. The scene felt clinical, sterile, almost purposeful. It wasn't a kill site. It was an exhibit. I stood back up, the acidic taste of bile rising in my throat. A sudden sound behind me, a heavy footstep, the definitive crunch of a boot on gravel so close it sent a jolt of electricity up my spine. I spun around, pulse leaping, scanning the trees and the trail behind me. Nothing, only silence. I exhaled sharply, my breath clouding in the air. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, but the forest around me felt suffocating, oppressive. I started walking again, faster this time. After only a few steps, the sound returned, a distinct rhythmic crunch on the forest floor, matching my stride perfectly. I took one step. A second later, a step echoed mine. I took 3 quick steps. 3 quick crunches answered. I stopped dead. So did it. I tested it again and again, raw panic clawing at my throat as the horrifying pattern continued. This wasn't an echo or a coincidence. It was deliberate, mocking mimicry. Unable to stand it any longer, I broke from the trail. Veering sharply into the dense undergrowth, I plunged through thorny catclaw acacia, the spines ripping at my pants and legs, drawing blood. I didn't care. I welcomed the pain, something tangible to anchor me against the rising wave of unreasoning fear. The footsteps behind me ceased for a moment, only to be replaced by the heavy snapping and crunching of something much larger, forcing its way through the brush nearby, paralleling my course. Desperation surged through me. I pressed forward, ignoring the pain, until the forest floor gave way to a steep, rocky slope. I scrambled up, loose scree slipping and clattering beneath my boots. Halfway up the incline, I paused to catch my breath, my lungs burning, gripping the rough stone for support. And that's when I saw it. Below me, standing motionless under a deep rock overhang, was a figure unlike anything I had ever encountered in life or nightmare. It was tall, impossibly so, at least 7 feet, with unnaturally elongated limbs draped in what looked like ragged patchwork animal hides. Its body was emaciated, skeletal, the outline of its ribcage clearly visible beneath the tattered skins. But the head, I couldn't clearly make out its features. There was only a hollow, absolute darkness beneath what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial hood fashioned from antlers and bone. I was frozen, my breath trapped in my chest. It didn't move or speak. It just remained perfectly still, a silent, tenebrous shape observing me from the shadows of the overhang. My paralysis broke in a surge of pure adrenaline. I turned and lunged upward, scrambling desperately over the jagged terrain. My pack caught on a jutting piece of granite, and without a second thought, I shrugged out of the straps, letting it fall away, my precious supplies scattering down the rocks. I couldn't afford to stop, couldn't dare to look back. My lungs felt like they were on fire. My legs screamed in agony, but the terror drove me relentlessly forward. Behind me, the sound began again. The clear, rhythmic footsteps, steady and unhurried, crunching on leaves and breaking twigs. Whatever it was, it moved effortlessly through the same obstacles I struggled to navigate. I saw a narrow crevice between two massive boulders and stumbled into it, pressing myself flat into the gap, my chest heaving, sweat streaming down my face. The approaching footsteps slowed, and finally stopped just beyond my hiding spot. I held my breath, willing myself silent, listening. And then I heard it, the low, rasping sound of slow, measured breathing just on the other side of the rock. It was so close I imagined I could smell its breath, a rancid, earthy odor, sour and ancient. My heartbeat pounded in my ears like a drum, a frantic countdown to inevitable discovery. But discovery never came. Instead, I remained wedged there, tense and rigid, as daylight gradually faded into the deep purple of twilight. The breathing never shifted, never retreated. It simply lingered, a patient, terrifying presence in the dark. All I could do was wait, eyes wide, muscles aching, knowing I had no choice but to endure the night. The first pale streak of dawn cut through the sky, and I forced my stiff, aching body from the narrow gap. Dried blood crusted the deep scratches on my legs. I stepped gingerly into the open, bracing myself for the figure that had tracked me relentlessly. But the space beyond the boulders was empty, silent. Nothing moved. I started cautiously downhill, trying to orient myself toward the Bonner Ranger cabin. My abandoned pack, along with my map, sat phone, and supplies, lay scattered somewhere on the slope behind me. But I knew this part of the wilderness well enough to navigate by instinct. I moved slowly at first, fighting dizziness and exhaustion, every snapping twig making me jump, my head constantly swiveling to glance over my shoulder. The figure was gone, yet the sensation of being watched never subsided. Hours passed. With each mile, my pace quickened as the harsh, rocky landscape gave way to more forgiving terrain. Gradually, landmarks became familiar, the long-abandoned logging road, the crooked stump where the trail forked. Finally, just before noon, I stumbled upon something that made me freeze mid-step. There, lying open and perfectly centered on the trail, was my field notebook. My chest tightened. I knew for a fact I'd packed it securely in a side pocket of my pack, yet here it sat, miles from where I'd dropped it, untouched except for one small detail. The elastic band that held it closed was missing. Kneeling cautiously, I examined it, half expecting some sinister message scrawled across its pages. But they were pristine, undisturbed. A cold dread worse than anything before ran down my spine. This wasn't just a monster, it was intelligent. It was toying with me. Carefully, I placed the notebook in my pocket and continued on, forcing myself not to dwell on the impossible logistics of how it had gotten there. The air felt oddly cold for midday. Though the weather had been mild, my breath began to condense visibly before me. I pulled out the portable thermometer clipped to my jacket. It read 64 Fahrenheit. Yet I shivered uncontrollably from a chill that felt like it was radiating from the inside out. By the time I finally reached the ranger station, dusk was creeping over the wilderness again. The small wooden cabin stood alone, silent and empty. The door was unlocked as it always was, a common refuge for emergencies. I stumbled inside and without hesitation barricaded the door with a heavy wooden table, shoving it tight against the frame until it wouldn't budge. Only then did my legs finally give out. I sank to the cabin's rough wooden floor, my body shaking with a violence I couldn't control. Exhausted, dehydrated, and physically drained, sleep took me swiftly. Darkness claimed my consciousness. A black, dreamless void, free of movement, free of fear. It felt mercifully empty. I awoke early the next morning, still curled on the floor, blessedly untouched. Outside, the world had returned to normal. Birds were singing. Sunlight filtered gently through the cabin's dusty windows. Gathering what remained of my strength, I unbarricaded the door, stepped outside, and began the final long trek out along the service road. Within hours, a forest patrol truck spotted me limping down the dirt road. They rushed me to the district office, where I handed over the carefully preserved samples. The next 2 weeks were a blur of debriefings and medical checks, of trying to regain normalcy, to erase the memories of that shadowed canyon, the figure beneath the rock overhang, the circle of elk frozen stiff, their wide-open eyes staring endlessly at nothing. When the lab results finally arrived, my supervisor, a grizzled man named Frank, called me into his office. His expression was grim as he placed the report on his desk between us. "Rachel," he began, his voice low, "the elk you found, something happened to their bodies on a cellular level. The tissues showed evidence of flash freezing, the kind of rapid crystallization of intracellular water that normally only happens in cryogenics or sudden exposure to sub-zero conditions. But it was mild out there, right?" I nodded slowly, my throat dry. Yes, temperatures were in the 60s. He hesitated, drumming his fingers on the desk. And there was something else. Their adrenal glands were flooded with stress hormones. The levels were, well, they were physically impossible. Higher than any biological organism should be able to produce. They were literally scared to death, and then frozen solid in an instant. His eyes, full of a deep, weary concern, fixed on mine. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice until it was almost a whisper. "Listen, Rachel, this isn't the first time something inexplicable has come out of the Gila. There are old reports, stories from ranchers we always dismissed as folklore. If I were you, I'd request reassignment, somewhere closer to civilization." He didn't have to tell me twice. The radio crackled to life at 2:47 p.m. on October 15, 2019, interrupting what had been a relatively peaceful Tuesday afternoon. I was Vincent Russo, 34 years old at the time, and had been working as a game warden for the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for nearly 9 years. I was sitting in my patrol truck outside a local diner, finishing up paperwork from a morning citation when dispatch's voice cut through the static. "Unit 47, we have a report of illegal discharge of firearm. Suspect was shooting at deer from a blue pickup truck on Clearwater Ridge Road, approximately 3 miles south of the Riverside intersection. Homeowner witnessed the incident and reports the vehicle fled southbound." I keyed the mic, my coffee growing cold in the cup holder. "Unit 47 responding. ETA 15 minutes. The autumn air was crisp as I pulled onto Clearwater Ridge Road, the aspens showing their golden colors against the backdrop of dark evergreens. It was the kind of afternoon that usually made me grateful for my job, until it didn't. The road wound through dense forest, broken occasionally by large properties carved out of the wilderness. These were the homes of people who'd moved here for privacy, for the solitude that only Montana could offer. As I approached the reported location, I spotted the house immediately. It was a sprawling log structure set back from the road, with a massive lawn that gradually transitioned into thick woodland. The property screamed money, probably some tech executive or retired surgeon who'd bought their slice of paradise. I pulled over and radioed for backup, standard procedure for any investigation involving firearms. 10 minutes later, Ranger Bobby Kowalski arrived in his own patrol vehicle. Bobby was a veteran with 23 years on the force, a man who'd seen enough poaching incidents to fill a book. His weathered face and steady demeanor made him the perfect partner for situations like this. We'd worked together dozens of times, and I trusted his judgment completely. "What have we got, Vince?" Bobby asked as he stepped out of his truck, adjusting his gear belt. Shots fired from a blue pickup. Target was deer on private property. Homeowner called it in. I gestured toward the house. Figure we should canvass the area first, see if we can find any evidence before we knock on doors. The shoulder of the road was soft dirt and gravel, perfect for holding evidence. We walked slowly along the edge, our eyes scanning for shell casings, tire tracks, anything that might tell us what happened here. The October sun filtered through the canopy above, creating dancing shadows that made our search both easier and harder. Bobby found it first. Here, he called, crouching down near a patch of disturbed earth. Fresh .30-06 casing, still warm. I walked over and examined the brass shell. It gleamed in the afternoon light, and when I touched it with the back of my hand, I could feel the residual heat from being fired. The placement told us everything. The shooter had indeed been positioned on the road shoulder, firing toward the property. Textbook poaching behavior. "I'll document this," I said, pulling out my phone to photograph the evidence. "You want to talk to the homeowner?" Bobby nodded and headed toward the house while I bagged the shell casing and began looking for additional evidence. The trajectory of the shot would have carried the bullet toward the large lawn and into the tree line beyond. If the deer had been hit, there might be blood, fur, or other signs of impact. I worked my way methodically across the lawn, my eyes scanning the grass for any disturbance. The property was immaculate, clearly maintained by professional landscapers. But as I approached the edge where manicured grass gave way to wild forest, something caught my attention. A dark stain on the bark of a large oak tree, about chest high. Moving closer, I could see the fresh scar in the wood where a high-powered rifle bullet had struck. The impact was clean and deep, the kind of mark that spoke to significant velocity and stopping power. I photographed the damage from multiple angles, making note of the height and angle for our report. But it was what I found at the base of the tree that made my stomach tighten. Dark droplets spattered the fallen leaves, blood still wet enough to glisten in the dappled sunlight. The deer had been hit after all. Following a blood trail is something every game warden learns early in their career. Wounded animals leave signatures in their wake, droplets of blood, disturbed vegetation, tracks that show injury or distress. This trail was different somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly why at first. The blood drops were larger than I'd expected from a deer, even a large buck. They seemed to hit the ground with more force, creating splatter patterns that suggested significant volume. But what really caught my attention was the spacing between drops. The stride length was enormous, far longer than any deer I'd tracked. I documented each major blood drop with my phone, following the trail as it led deeper into the forest. The terrain began to rise, a gentle slope at first that quickly steepened into a proper ridge. The trees grew thicker here, creating a canopy so dense that the afternoon light barely penetrated. Pine needles and fallen leaves muffled my footsteps as I climbed. The blood trail continued up the ridge, but the drops were becoming more sparse. Either the animal was bleeding less, or it was moving faster despite its injury. Both possibilities were troubling in their own way. A wounded deer that stops bleeding might survive, but it also might be dying slowly somewhere in these woods. A wounded deer that speeds up despite blood loss was showing signs of panic or desperation. I reached the crest of the ridge and paused to catch my breath. The view beyond was striking. A narrow gully cut through the landscape like a scar, its bottom choked with thick brush and fallen timber. During spring runoff or heavy storms, this would be a rushing waterway. Now, in the dry autumn, it was a corridor of tangled vegetation stretching off into the distance. The blood trail had vanished completely. I spent several minutes combing the area around the ridgeline, looking for any sign of where the wounded animal might have gone. The ground here was rocky and covered with a thick mat of pine needles that wouldn't hold tracks well. After 20 minutes of fruitless searching, I decided to take a different approach. Standing still, I listened. The forest around me was alive with small sounds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a crow, the scurrying of small animals through the underbrush. But underneath it all, I could hear something else, Movement, deliberate movement through the brush down in the gully, coming from somewhere to my right. My first thought was relief. The deer was still mobile, which meant it might survive its wound if the bullet had passed through muscle rather than hitting vital organs. I'd be able to assess its condition and decide whether it needed to be put down humanely or could be left to heal naturally. I was about to call out to announce my presence. Standard procedure when tracking potentially dangerous wounded animals, when the wind shifted. The smell that hit me nearly made me retch. It wasn't the smell of blood or even fresh death. This was something far worse. The overwhelming stench of advanced decomposition mixed with other odors I recognized from crime scenes I'd assisted with over the years. The smell of human waste, of infection, of things that should be buried deep underground. My hand instinctively moved to the radio on my belt, though I wasn't sure what I'd report. The movement in the gully was getting closer, and the stench was growing stronger. Whatever was making its way through the brush wasn't trying to be quiet. I could hear branches snapping, the scrape of something being dragged across rocks and fallen logs. The sounds were wrong somehow, not the careful steps of an injured deer picking its way through dense cover, but something far more careless and heavy. I remained motionless on the ridge, every instinct telling me to stay hidden while my curiosity warred with a growing sense of dread. Through the gaps in the trees, I began to catch glimpses of movement, dark shapes shifting between the trunks, too brief and fragmented to make sense of. The thing that emerged from the deeper woods was not a deer. At first, my brain simply refused to process what I was seeing. The shape was wrong, the size impossible, the very existence of such a creature contrary to everything I knew about the natural world. But as it moved closer, passing between the widely spaced trees in the gully, the details became unavoidable. It stood at least 8 feet tall, with shoulders so broad they seemed to span half the width of the narrow ravine. The entire form was covered in dark brown hair, but not the clean, healthy fur of a living animal. This hair was matted and patchy, hanging in clumps from frame that moved with an awkward, shambling gait. The face was the worst part. As it turned slightly in my direction, I got a clear view of features that belonged in a nightmare. The bone structure was massive and primitive, like something from a museum display of early human evolution. But where there should have been intelligent eyes, I saw only horror. The left eye socket was completely empty, just a dark hollow that seemed to stare at nothing. The right eye was intact but clouded completely white, the kind of milky opacity I'd seen in animals dead for days. The mouth hung open, revealing teeth stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. Part of the lower lip appeared to be missing entirely, giving the face a lopsided, grotesque appearance. But it was the body that made me understand this thing was not alive, despite the fact that it was walking. The torso showed massive trauma, deep gashes that revealed gray muscle tissue beneath. The wounds were old, with edges that had dried and darkened rather than healed. These weren't fresh injuries from the rifle shot I'd been tracking. The abdomen was largely gone. What remained of the chest cavity yawned open, and I could see desiccated organs hanging loose inside. Intestines dangled from the right side of the torso like grotesque party streamers, swaying with each labored step. The smell that accompanied this vision was indescribable. Every breath I took made me fight the urge to vomit. The left leg bore a massive wound on the outer thigh, a chunk of flesh and muscle simply absent, leaving a crater that should have made walking impossible. But somehow this thing continued to move, dragging itself forward with determination that defied all logic. The right foot was completely gone. Where there should have been toes and a heel, there was only the blunt end of an ankle bone, worn smooth from contact with rocks and dirt. The creature was literally walking on its own skeletal remains, each step producing a wet, grinding sound that carried clearly through the still air. I had stopped breathing entirely, afraid that even the smallest sound might draw its attention. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps this was some kind of elaborate hoax, a movie prop that had been abandoned in the woods. But the smell was too real, too overwhelming to be anything artificial. And the way it moved, the casual indifference to injuries that should have been instantly fatal, spoke to something far beyond human understanding. The creature continued its shambling progress down the gully, following some path or purpose I couldn't comprehend. It moved with the aimless determination of something operating on instinct alone, like a wind-up toy that had been set in motion and couldn't stop. Each step was deliberate but uncoordinated, as if the connection between mind and body had been severed but the motor functions continued anyway. I watched in horrified fascination as it gradually disappeared into the deeper woods, the sound of its passage fading until only the smell remained. Even after I could no longer see it, the stench lingered in the air like a presence, a reminder that what I'd witnessed was undeniably real. For what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I remained frozen on that ridge, my mind struggling to process what I'd witnessed. Every rational thought told me that what I'd seen was impossible. Dead things don't walk. They don't pursue mysterious purposes through mountain forests. They don't exist in a state between life and death that defies every law of nature I'd ever learned. But the evidence of my senses was overwhelming. The smell still hung in the air around me, a mixture of decay and corruption that no amount of imagination could conjure. My eyes had recorded details with crystal clarity: the empty eye socket, the missing flesh, the impossible locomotion of something that should have been motionless in a grave somewhere. As the immediate shock began to wear off, other sensations crept in. The October air suddenly felt colder against my skin. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper and more threatening. Every small sound in the forest around me, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, made me jump with adrenaline-fueled terror. I needed to get back to Bobby. I needed to get back to civilization, to radio communication, to the world of logical explanations and rational responses. But I also needed to move carefully. The thing I'd seen had disappeared deeper into the woods, but I had no idea where it was headed or if it might circle back. Forcing myself to move slowly and quietly, I began retracing my path down the ridge. Every step felt exposed, vulnerable. The trees that had seemed like peaceful wilderness 20 minutes ago now felt like potential hiding places for horrors I couldn't imagine. My hand rested on the grip of my service weapon, though I had serious doubts about whether bullets would have any effect on something that was already dead. The descent seemed to take forever. I found myself pausing after every few steps, listening for any sign that I was being followed. The normal sounds of the forest had returned: birds calling, small animals moving through the underbrush. But they felt different now, as if the entire ecosystem was on edge. When I finally reached the bottom of the ridge and stepped back onto the manicured lawn of the property, the relief was overwhelming. The sight of Bobby's patrol vehicle parked on the road shoulder was like a beacon of normalcy in a world that had suddenly become unrecognizable. Bobby was standing by the oak tree where I'd found the bullet impact, examining the damaged bark with professional interest. He looked up as I approached, and I could see his expression change immediately. Years of law enforcement experience had taught him to read faces, and mine must have been telling a story he didn't like. "Find something?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. I opened my mouth to answer and found I had no idea what to say. How do you explain the impossible? How do you tell a respected colleague, a man who's seen everything the Montana wilderness has to offer, that you've just witnessed something that shouldn't exist? "Had a scare in the woods," I managed, using our standard phrase for encounters with the unexplained. Bobby studied my face for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. He'd been a game warden long enough to know that the wilderness held secrets, that sometimes officers encountered things that defied easy explanation. The unofficial policy was simple: if it didn't threaten public safety, you filed it away as one of those stories you told around campfires. "The homeowner didn't see much," Bobby said, steering the conversation back to familiar territory. "Heard the shot? Looked out the window in time to see a blue pickup driving away fast. Didn't get a plate number, but said it looked like an older Ford, maybe early 2000s. I nodded, grateful for the return to normal police work. "Found the bullet impact in that oak. Looks like a clean miss on whatever they were shooting at." It was a lie, of course. The thing I'd seen in the woods bore wounds that could have come from a dozen different sources, but I was certain none of them were from today's hunting incident. Whatever had happened to create that creature, It had occurred long before some poacher decided to take an illegal shot at deer from the roadside. "You okay, Vince?" Bobby asked quietly. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The choice of words made me shudder involuntarily. A ghost would have been easy to explain compared to what I'd actually encountered. Ghosts were supposed to be translucent, ethereal, confined to old houses and ancient graveyards. They didn't shamble through mountain forests with intestines hanging from their rib cages. "I'm fine," I said, though we both knew it wasn't true. "Just need some water." I walked back to my patrol truck and pulled a bottle of water from the cooler I kept in the back seat. The first sip tasted like salvation, washing away the residual flavor of decay that seemed to cling to my mouth and throat. I drank the entire bottle without stopping, then opened another. Bobby finished documenting the bullet impact and collecting additional evidence while I tried to regain my composure. We spent another 30 minutes canvassing the area, looking for tire tracks or other signs that might help identify the shooter. It was routine work, the kind of investigation I'd conducted hundreds of times before, but my heart wasn't in it. Every time I looked toward the tray line, I found myself searching for signs of movement. Every shift in the wind made me tense, waiting for that horrible smell to return. The knowledge that something impossible was out there, wandering through the same forests I patrolled daily, had fundamentally changed my relationship with the wilderness I'd devoted my career to protecting. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I sat in my small apartment on the outskirts of Helena, nursing a beer and staring at my laptop screen, trying to find some rational explanation for the creature I'd encountered. My initial searches yielded the usual collection of Bigfoot sightings, blurry photographs, and conspiracy theories, but none of them described anything like what I'd witnessed. The Sasquatch enthusiasts talked about intelligent, elusive creatures that avoided human contact. They described animals that were very much alive, possibly even possessing a primitive culture and communication system. What I'd seen bore no resemblance to those accounts. The thing in the woods had been unmistakably dead, moving through some process that violated every principle of biology I understood. I expanded my search to include zombies, though I felt ridiculous typing the words into the search bar. Most of the results were entertainment-related: movies, television shows, video games. The few scientific articles I found discussed Haitian folklore and the use of neurotoxins to create zombie-like states in humans, but again, nothing that explained how a massive ape-like creature could continue functioning with catastrophic injuries and obvious decomposition. Around midnight, I stumbled across something that made me sit up straighter. It was a brief mention in a research paper about chronic wasting disease, CWD, a neurological disorder that affects deer, elk, and other cervids. The disease causes animals to lose weight, display abnormal behavior, and eventually die. But what caught my attention was a single paragraph about unusual locomotion in affected animals. According to the researchers, deer with advanced CWD sometimes continued moving even after brain function had severely deteriorated. They described animals that seemed to be operating on basic motor impulses alone, walking in circles or straight lines for hours without apparent purpose. The disease affected the brain in ways that disrupted normal behavior while leaving basic movement patterns intact. Could something similar affect other species? Could there be a variant of CWD that affected primates, or whatever species the creature I'd seen represented? I spent the next hour researching prion diseases, the category of neurological disorders that included CWD. Mad cow disease was another example, along with Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. The more I read, the more plausible it seemed. Predor diseases worked by corrupting proteins in the brain, causing them to misfold and clump together. The process was irreversible and always fatal, but it could take months or even years to fully destroy neural function. In the meantime, affected animals displayed increasingly bizarre behavior as different parts of their brains shut down. But even this explanation had major holes. The creature I'd seen wasn't just neurologically impaired, it was physically decomposed. The missing flesh, the exposed organs, the empty eye socket. These were signs of death and decay, not disease. No amount of prion corruption could explain how something in that condition could continue walking around. I closed the laptop and tried to sleep, but rest wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that horrible face again, the empty socket where an eye should have been, the mouth hanging open in a permanent expression of mindless hunger, the shambling gait that spoke of something operating beyond the normal constraints of life and death. The next morning, I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. I couldn't face the prospect of going back into those woods, of patrolling the same area where I knew that thing was wandering. My supervisor was understanding miner's ranger work was stressful, and mental health days were not uncommon in our profession. Instead, I drove to the University of Montana in Missoula, about 2 hours south of Helena. I'd heard they had an excellent wildlife biology department, and I hoped someone there might be able to offer insights into what I'd witnessed. I couldn't tell them the truth, of course, but I could ask hypothetical questions about prion diseases and their effects on large mammals. Dr. Sandra Whitmore was a professor of wildlife pathology who'd spent 20 years studying disease in wild animal populations. She was in her early 50s, with graying hair and the kind of patient demeanor that made her popular with both students and visiting law enforcement officers seeking expertise. Game wardens don't usually show up asking about CWD unless they've found something troubling, she said after I'd introduced myself and explained my interest in neurological diseases. Hypothetically, I said carefully, what would be the most extreme symptoms you might see in an animal with advanced prion disease? Dr. Whitmore leaned back in her chair, considering the question. Well, the brain deterioration can be quite extensive. We've documented deer that walk in perfect circles for hours, elk that approach humans without fear, moose that forget how to eat. The disease essentially erases learned behaviors and eventually disrupts even basic motor functions. Could an animal continue moving even if it was severely injured? That's an interesting question. Pain reception would certainly be affected as the disease progresses. We've seen deer with broken legs that continue trying to walk normally, as if they can't process the injury signals their bodies are sending. I thought about the creature's missing foot, the way it had walked on its ankle bone without apparent distress. What about primates? Could they be affected by similar diseases? Dr. Whitmore's expression became more guarded. There are prion diseases that affect primates, certainly. Kuru was documented in human populations in Papua New Guinea, but I'm not aware of any cases involving North American ape species. Because there aren't any North American ape species, I said. Exactly. She studied my face carefully. Is there something specific you're dealing with, Ranger? I wanted desperately to tell her everything, to describe what I'd seen and get her professional opinion. But I could already imagine how that conversation would go. At best, she'd think I was suffering from stress-related hallucinations. At worst, she'd question my fitness for duty and recommend psychiatric evaluation. Just trying to understand the possibilities, I said. Thank you for your time. As I drove back toward Helena, Dr. Whitmore's words echoed in my mind. There weren't any North American ape species, which meant that either I'd witnessed something that science hadn't yet cataloged, or I'd seen something that had once been cataloged but was supposed to be extinct. The third possibility, that I'd simply imagined the entire encounter, was becoming harder to accept. The memory was too vivid, too detailed, too consistent with itself to be a hallucination, and Bobby had seen the change in my demeanor, had recognized that I'd encountered something that shook me to my core. No, what I'd seen was real. The question was what to do about it. 3 days later, I forced myself to go back. I couldn't continue avoiding the area indefinitely without arousing suspicion from my supervisor. More importantly, I needed to know if the creature was still out there, still wandering through forests where hikers and hunters might encounter it. Whatever that thing was, it represented a potential danger to the public, and I had a professional duty to assess that threat. I returned to the same location where Bobby and I had investigated the poaching incident. But this time I came alone. I parked my patrol truck in the same spot on the shoulder and sat for several minutes, gathering my courage. The October weather had turned colder, with low-hanging clouds that threatened snow. The forest looked different in the gray light, more ominous and less welcoming. I'd brought additional equipment this time, a digital camera with a telephoto lens, a portable GPS unit, and extra batteries for my radio. If I encountered the creature again, I wanted to document it properly. The photos would either provide evidence of something extraordinary or reveal that my memory had been corrupted by fear and stress. The walk up the ridge felt longer this time, each step weighted with dread. The blood trail I'd followed 3 days earlier had been washed away by a brief rainstorm, leaving no trace of the original poaching incident. But I wasn't looking for deer blood anymore. I was looking for signs of something far more disturbing. I reached the crest of the ridge and paused, listening carefully. The forest was quieter than it had been during my previous visit. Even the birds seemed subdued, their calls muted and infrequent. The silence felt oppressive, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. Moving carefully down into the gully where I'd first seen the creature, I began searching for physical evidence. If something that large and that badly decomposed had passed through this area, it should have left traces, footprints, disturbed vegetation, perhaps even tissue samples caught on branches or thorns. I found them near a fallen log about 50 yards from where the creature had first appeared. The tracks were unlike anything I'd seen in 20 years of wildlife work. They were enormous, easily twice the size of the largest human footprint, but irregularly shaped. The right track showed clear evidence of the missing foot I'd observed, just a blunt impression where toes should have been. But it was the depth of the impressions that truly unsettled me. Despite the creature's obvious state of decay, it was still incredibly heavy. The tracks sank deep into the soft earth, deeper than even a healthy animal of that size should have made. It was as if the thing was made of stone rather than flesh and bone. I photographed each clear track from multiple angles, using a dollar bill for scale reference. The GPS coordinates went into my notebook along with detailed descriptions of what I'd found. This was evidence that could be analyzed, measured, compared to known animal tracks. It was proof that I hadn't imagined the encounter. Following the trail of tracks led me deeper into the gully, through areas where the canopy was so thick that afternoon felt like twilight. The creature had moved in a fairly straight line, pushing through thick brush without deviation. Whatever intelligence had once guided this thing, it no longer bothered with efficient pathfinding. After about a quarter mile, the tracks led to something that made my blood freeze. There, in a small clearing surrounded by ancient pines, I found what could only be described as a nest. It wasn't built in the way that living animals construct shelters. There was no apparent design or engineering involved. Instead, it looked like someone had simply gathered every piece of organic debris in the area and piled it into a rough circle. Dead branches, fallen logs, clumps of moss, even what appeared to be animal bones, all heaped together in a depression between the roots of a massive tree. The smell hit me as I approached. It was the same overwhelming stench of decay I'd encountered during my first sighting, but concentrated and intensified. This was clearly where the creature had been spending time, perhaps sleeping, or simply waiting for whatever drove it to move. I forced myself to examine the nest more closely, breathing through my mouth to minimize the assault on my senses. Mixed in with the organic debris were items that didn't belong, pieces of fabric, a few scattered coins, what looked like a hiking boot. These were clearly things the creature had encountered and collected, though whether by accident or design was impossible to determine. Most disturbing were the bones. There were far too many of them, and they came from a variety of different animals, deer bones mixed with what might have been elk, along with smaller fragments that could have come from rabbits or birds. Some of the bones showed clear tooth marks, suggesting they'd been gnawed on. But the marks were wrong, too large and too widely spaced to have come from any known predator in the area. I was photographing a particularly large femur when I heard the sound. It came from somewhere behind me, back toward the direction I'd approached from. The same casual crashing through underbrush that I'd heard during my first encounter, accompanied by that awful smell getting stronger. The creature was returning to its nest, and I was directly in its path. My training kicked in immediately. I had two choices: try to hide and hope it passed by, or retreat quickly before it arrived. Given the size of the clearing and the lack of adequate cover, hiding wasn't really an option. I gathered my equipment as quietly as possible and began moving toward the far side of the clearing, away from the approaching sounds. But I wasn't fast enough. As I reached the edge of the trees, the creature emerged into the clearing behind me. This time, I got a much clearer look at it. In the gray afternoon light, every horrifying detail was visible with crystal clarity. The missing eye socket was even more pronounced than I'd remembered, a dark hollow that seemed to peer into nothing. The clouded remaining eye showed no recognition or intelligence, just the blank stare of something operating on pure instinct. The creature's movements were more labored than they'd been 3 days earlier. The missing foot made each step a struggle, and I could see that new injuries had appeared on its torso. Several ribs were now visible through torn flesh, and something that might have been part of a lung protruded from a gap between bones. But despite its deteriorating condition, the thing was still mobile, still driven by whatever force animated it. It shambled directly toward the nest, apparently unaware of my presence just 20 yards away. I remained perfectly still, barely breathing, as it began examining the contents of its grotesque shelter. What I witnessed next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The creature picked up one of the bones from the pile, a deer femur that still had scraps of flesh attached, and began gnawing on it with mechanical persistence. There was no hunger in the action, no satisfaction or enjoyment. It was simply a motion the thing performed, like a machine following its programming. The sound of teeth scraping against bone echoed through the clearing. Dark fluid, whether blood or some other bodily fluid, dripped from the creature's mouth as it chewed on tissues that were already in advanced stages of decomposition. The sight was so revolting that I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to prevent myself from retching. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the creature dropped the bone and settled into the nest. It didn't lie down in the way a living animal would rest. Instead, it simply stopped moving, remaining upright but motionless, like a horrible statue placed in a shrine of decay. I waited another 10 minutes before beginning my retreat. Moving with extreme caution, I worked my way out of the gully and back up the ridge, constantly checking over my shoulder to make sure I wasn't being followed. Only when I reached my patrol truck did I allow myself to breathe normally again. Sitting in my truck with the engine running and the heater blasting, I stared at the photos I'd taken on my camera's small display screen. The images were clear and detailed, showing tracks and evidence that no rational person could dismiss as imagination or hallucination. I had proof now, documented, measurable proof that something impossible was living in the Montana wilderness. But proof of what, exactly? And more importantly, what was I supposed to do with this information? The professional thing to do would be to report my findings immediately, contact my supervisor, call in a team of wildlife biologists, alert the proper authorities. But I could already imagine how that conversation would unfold. Game wardens who reported zombie Bigfoot sightings didn't tend to keep their jobs very long, regardless of how much photographic evidence they brought to the table. There was also the question of public safety. If this thing posed a genuine threat to hikers or hunters, I had a duty to warn people. But how do you issue a warning about something that shouldn't exist? How do you tell people to avoid an area because it's inhabited by a decomposing cryptid without causing mass panic or becoming the subject of ridicule? I thought about Dr. Whitmore at the university. She might be willing to examine my photos and evidence, to offer a scientific perspective on what I documented. But even she would struggle to explain how something in that state of decay could continue functioning. The radio crackled to life, interrupting my thoughts. Dispatch was calling all units about a missing hiker in the Glacier National Park area, about 60 miles north of my current location. An experienced outdoorsman had failed to return from a solo camping trip, and search and rescue teams were being organized. For a moment, I felt a chill of possibility. Could there be a connection? Could the creature I'd been tracking have expanded its range, moved into areas where it might encounter unsuspecting humans? The timing could be coincidental, but the location was troubling close to known Bigfoot sighting areas. I keyed the radio to volunteer for the search operation, but then hesitated. If I was right about the connection, I'd be sending search teams into potential danger without warning them about what they might encounter. But if I was wrong, I'd be wasting resources and time that could mean the difference between life and death for the missing hiker. In the end, I made the decision that would change everything. I couldn't risk other people encountering what I'd seen without warning them first, but I also couldn't file an official report about zombie Bigfoot. The solution was to find someone I trusted, someone with enough experience and credibility to handle the information appropriately. I called Bobby Kowalski. "Hey, Vince," he answered on the second ring. "Heard you called in sick the other day. Everything okay?" "Bobby, I need to talk to you about what happened at that poaching scene. Can you meet me somewhere private?" There was a pause. "This about that scare you had in the woods?" "It's about a lot more than that. Can you meet me at Murphy's Bar in an hour?" "Sure, kid. I'll be there." Murphy's Bar was a local establishment popular with law enforcement and emergency services personnel. It was the kind of place where off-duty cops and rangers could drink beer and trade stories without worrying about civilian oversight. More importantly, it had a back room that afforded privacy for sensitive conversations. Bobby was already there when I arrived, nursing a beer and looking concerned. He was still in uniform, having come directly from his shift. I bought a beer for myself and gestured toward the back room. "This is that kind of conversation?" he asked. "Yeah, it really is." We settled into a corner booth where we couldn't be overheard. I pulled out my camera and set it on the table between us. "Bobby, I need you to listen to what I'm about to tell you with an open mind. And I need you to look at these photos before you decide I've lost my sanity." For the next 30 minutes, I told him everything, the blood trail that led to something impossible, the creature I'd witnessed shambling through the forest, the nest I'd discovered, and the evidence I'd collected. Bobby listened without interruption, his expression growing more serious with each detail. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Finally, he reached for the camera and began scrolling through the photos. His face remained carefully neutral as he examined the tracks, the nest, the bones scattered around the clearing. "These tracks," he said finally. "You're sure they're real?" "I watched it make them, Bobby. I saw that thing walking on the stump of its ankle bone. And the smell you described? Worse than anything I've ever encountered. Worse than that week-old car accident victim we found 2 summers ago." Bobby continued studying the photos, zooming in on details and examining them from different angles. His 23 years of experience had taught him to read sign and evaluate evidence with scientific precision. I knew he was looking for signs of manipulation or hoax, anything that might explain what he was seeing in rational terms. "The bone damage," he said, pointing to one of the photos. "Those tooth marks are too big for any predator in this region." "That's what I thought too." "And you said this thing was definitely dead, not just diseased or injured." "Bobby, I've seen plenty of injured animals. This wasn't injury. Half its abdomen was missing. It was walking around with its intestines hanging out of its body." He set the camera down and looked at me directly. "Vince, in 23 years of doing this job, I've seen things that don't make it into official reports, things that don't fit into neat categories or scientific explanations. But this, I know how it sounds. Do you? Because what you're describing challenges everything we understand about life and death. You're talking about something that should be impossible. But you believe me." Bobby was quiet for another long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I believe you saw something, and these photos, they're evidence of something that shouldn't exist. The question is what we do about it." Bobby and I spent the next 2 hours developing a plan. We couldn't file an official report. Not yet, anyway. But we also couldn't ignore the potential threat to public safety. Our solution was to create an unofficial watch on the area, monitoring it for signs of the creature while documenting everything we found. Bobby had contacts at the state university, people who might be willing to examine our evidence confidentially. He also knew search and rescue coordinators, who could be quietly warned to exercise extra caution in certain areas without being told exactly why. We agreed to return to the site together the following week, this time with better equipment and backup protocols. If the creature was still there, we'd attempt to gather more comprehensive evidence. If it had moved on, we'd try to track its path and predict where it might go next. But fate had other plans. 2 days later, Bobby called me at 6 in the morning. His voice was grim and urgent. "Vince, we've got a problem. They found the missing hiker. Dead? Worse, turn on the news." I fumbled for the television remote, my heart already racing. The local morning news was leading with the story. A search and rescue team had found the missing hiker's remains in a remote area of Glacier National Park. The reporter's description of the scene made my blood run cold. The body had been discovered in a condition that defied explanation. According to the medical examiner's preliminary report, the victim showed signs of predation by an unknown animal, but the damage was unlike anything documented in North American wildlife attacks. The bite marks were too large, the pattern of injury too extensive for any known predator. More disturbing was the state of the campsite. The hiker's gear had been scattered across a wide area, as if something had investigated each item individually before discarding it. Personal belongings were mixed with organic debris in a pattern that reminded investigators of nest-building behavior. But it was the final detail that confirmed my worst fears. The reporter mentioned that search teams had found unusual tracks at the scene, enormous footprints that didn't match any cataloged North American wildlife. The tracks showed evidence of some kind of injury or deformity to the right foot. I called Bobby back immediately. "It moved north. Looks that way. The timing fits with when you last saw it." "Bobby, we have to do something. This thing killed someone." "I know. I'm already making calls. Give me 2 hours, then meet me at the ranger station." When I arrived at the ranger station, Bobby had assembled a small group of people I'd never seen before. They included Dr. Sandra Whitmore from the university, whom I'd interviewed about prion diseases, and 2 other individuals who introduced themselves only by first names, presumably federal agents of some kind. "Ranger Russo," Dr. Whitmore said as I entered the conference room. "Ranger Kowalski has shared some very interesting photographs with us." The atmosphere in the room was tense but professional. These people were clearly taking the situation seriously, which was both reassuring and terrifying. If federal agents were involved, it meant that what I'd discovered had implications beyond simple wildlife management. One of the agents, a woman who looked to be in her 40s with prematurely gray hair, spoke first. "We need you to understand that everything discussed in this room is classified. You'll be signing documentation to that effect before you leave." "What kind of documentation?" I asked. "The kind that ensures this conversation never happened," the other agent replied. He was younger, with a kind of rigid posture that suggested military background, at least as far as public record is concerned. Dr. Whitmore leaned forward. "Ranger Russo, what you've documented appears to be related to a biological phenomenon we've been tracking for several years. This isn't the first incident of its kind. There are others, isolated cases scattered across multiple states, always in remote wilderness areas, always involving what witnesses describe as impossible creatures that appear to be both dead and mobile." The female agent pulled out a file folder and removed several photographs. They showed tracks similar to what I'd documented, along with images of disturbed campsites and scattered remains. We've been calling them Class D entities. The designation stands for deceased locomotive. "You mean there are multiple zombie Bigfoot creatures wandering around?" "We don't use that terminology," the male agent said sharply. "But yes, there appear to be several entities exhibiting similar characteristics. The one you encountered appears to be the most advanced case we've documented." Dr. Whitmore spread out additional papers on the table. "We believe these entities are the result of an unknown pathogen, something that can reanimate deceased tissue while maintaining basic motor functions. It's unlike any disease process we've previously encountered." "Are they dangerous?" "The Glacier Park incident suggests they can be," the female agent replied. Previous encounters have been limited to livestock predation and property damage. This is the first confirmed human fatality. Bobby had been quiet throughout the exchange, but now he spoke up. "What do you need from us?" "Continued monitoring and documentation," Dr. Whitmore said. "If the entity returns to the area where Ranger Russo first encountered it, we need to know immediately. We're assembling a response team, but we need real-time intelligence." The male agent handed me a secure satellite phone. "This connects directly to our operations center. If you see the entity again, call immediately. Don't attempt to approach or interact with it under any circumstances." "What happens when you catch it?" "That's classified," the female agent said. "But we can tell you that public safety is our primary concern. These entities represent a potential threat that must be contained." As we prepared to leave the meeting, Dr. Whitmore pulled me aside. "Ranger Russo, I want you to understand the significance of what you've documented. This could represent a completely new form of post-mortem biological activity. The scientific implications are staggering, and the public safety implications are equally significant. If this pathogen can affect one unknown hominid species, there's no telling what else it might be capable of. We need to understand it before it spreads." Driving home that evening, I found myself looking at the Montana wilderness with completely different eyes. The forests I'd spent my career protecting now seemed to harbor secrets that challenged the very foundations of biological science. Somewhere out there, something that should have been dead was continuing to move, to hunt, to exist in defiance of natural law. The secure phone sat on my passenger seat, a tangible reminder that my life had changed forever. I was no longer just a game warden. I was part of a classified operation dealing with threats that existed beyond public knowledge or understanding. 3 weeks later, I was shot by a drunk poacher during an unrelated incident. The bullet shattered my left shoulder and ended my career as a field ranger. During my recovery, I received word through unofficial channels that the entity I'd encountered had been contained by the federal response team. I never learned exactly what that meant. Now, 5 years later, I work as a civilian consultant for the State Wildlife Department, mostly desk work and training new rangers. I've never spoken publicly about what I witnessed in those woods, and I never will. The classification agreements I signed ensure that, but sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder how many other impossible things are wandering through the American wilderness. How many other creatures that shouldn't exist are living in the spaces between what science understands and what nature allows. I hope I never find out. But I also hope that if someone else encounters what I did, they'll have the courage to document it, to report it, to ensure that the proper authorities are alerted. Because if there's one thing I learned from my experience, it's that the world contains horrors we're not prepared to acknowledge. And ignoring them doesn't make them go away. My name is George Wallace, and I am 68 years old. This is a true story about something that happened to me a few years back when I was working as a park ranger at Sleeping Giant State Park in Connecticut. I had been a ranger for nearly 20 years at that point, and I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing prepared me for what happened that autumn. It was a chilly October evening, and I had just finished a long day of patrolling the trails and making sure the campgrounds were clear of litter. The park was quiet as it usually was this time of year, with only a few campers braving the cold nights. I was looking forward to a warm meal and maybe a beer or two before heading to bed. Around 8 p.m. I got a call on my radio. It was Sarah, one of the newer rangers. She sounded panicked, her voice shaky. She told me there was something weird going on at the northwest edge of the park, near the old quarry. Sarah was usually level-headed, so her distress worried me. I grabbed my flashlight, radio, and my old Glock 19 just in case. I drove my Jeep through the winding park roads, the headlights cutting through the dense fog that had settled in. I could see the old quarry's silhouette in the distance, a gaping wound in the side of the mountain. As I got closer, I noticed Sarah's Jeep parked haphazardly on the side of the road. Its lights still on, but Sarah was nowhere to be seen. I called out for her, but there was no response. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I started to get a bad feeling in my gut. I decided to check the quarry, thinking maybe Sarah had gone inside to investigate something. The place had a reputation for being dangerous, especially at night. As I approached the entrance to the quarry, I noticed something odd. There were strange markings on the ground, like someone had been dragging something heavy. The marks led into the quarry, and despite every instinct telling me to turn back, I followed them. Inside, the air was damp and smelled of moss and wet stone. My flashlight flickered, casting long shadows on the rocky walls. I called out again, louder this time. "Sarah, you in here?" No answer. No answer. I moved deeper into the quarry, my hand on my gun. The dragging marks led to a narrow crevice in the rock face, a place I had never noticed before. The opening was just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed forward. The crevice opened up into a small cavern. The air here was different, colder, and with a strange metallic smell. My flashlight beam caught something reflective on the far wall. As I moved closer, I realized it was some kind of symbol etched into the rock. It looked ancient, a series of interlocking circles and lines that seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I heard a faint noise, like a whimper, coming from deeper in the cave. I moved forward cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. As I rounded a corner, I saw Sarah huddled against the wall, her eyes wide with terror. "George, thank God," she croaked. "We need to get out of here, now." I was about to ask her what happened when I heard another sound, this one much closer. It was a low guttural noise, almost like an animal growling, but with an unnatural metallic edge to it. I spun around, and that's when I saw it. Standing in the shadows was a figure, tall and humanoid, but with features that were all wrong. Its skin seemed to shift and ripple, sometimes looking like polished metal, other times like rough stone. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and where its mouth should have been, there was only a dark void. I didn't wait to find out what it wanted. I fired my gun, the noise deafening in the confined space. The creature let out a shriek that sounded like grinding metal and lunged at me. I dodged to the side and fired again, this time hitting it square in the chest. It staggered back but didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to dissolve into the shadows, disappearing from sight. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed Sarah and we ran, stumbling through the dark cave and out into the quarry. The fog had thickened, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. We made it to my Jeep, and I practically threw Sarah into the passenger seat before jumping in myself. I floored it, driving as fast as I dared through the winding park roads. Back at the ranger station, I called for an ambulance and tried to get Sarah to tell me what happened. Between gasps for breath, she told me she had seen strange lights in the quarry and went to investigate. That's when she encountered the creature. It had chased her into the cave where she had hidden until I found her. The ambulance arrived, and they took Sarah to the hospital. I filed my report, but I knew no one would believe the truth. I barely believed it myself. Over the next few days, I searched the park for any signs of the creature but found nothing. It was like it had vanished into thin air. Sarah recovered from her injuries, but she was never the same. She left the Park Service and moved to a different state, wanting to put as much distance between herself and Sleeping Giant as possible. I stayed on, but I was more cautious, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for that strange metallic sound. I never saw the creature again, but every time I passed the old quarry, I felt its presence lurking just out of sight. I started calling it the Stone Shifter, a name that seemed to fit. I did some research and found old stories, legends about strange beings that lived in the mountains, neither fully flesh nor stone. Most people dismissed them as myths, but I knew better. About a year later, I was patrolling the park when I saw a light in the distance. It was coming from the direction of the quarry. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't been back there since that night with Sarah, but something compelled me to go now. I drove as close as I could and then continued on foot, moving quietly through the trees. The light was still there, a strange pulsing blue glow. As I got closer, I saw a figure standing near the entrance to the quarry. It was an old man, his face weathered and lined, his eyes fixed on the glowing symbol I had seen in the cave. The symbol was now visible on the rock face outside, pulsing with that eerie blue light. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. Instead, he turned and walked into the quarry. I followed, my hand on my gun. Inside, the air was charged with a strange energy that made my skin tingle. The old man was standing by the crevice that led to the cave, looking into it with a mixture of fear and longing. "Sir, are you okay?" I asked, my voice echoing in the empty space. He turned to look at me, and I saw his eyes were the same glowing blue as the symbol. "They're coming back," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "The old ones are waking up." Before I could respond, there was a flash of blue light, and the old man was gone. In his place stood the stone shifter, its form rippling and changing in the pulsing light. It reached out towards me with a hand that was sometimes flesh, sometimes stone, sometimes living metal. I backed away, my heart racing. I knew I was facing something beyond my understanding, something that had been here long before humans and would likely be here long after we were gone. The stone shifter didn't advance. Instead, it seemed to be waiting, watching. I left the quarry that night and never went back. I continued working as a ranger until my retirement, but I avoided that part of the park and I made sure others did too. The stone shifter and the mystery of the glowing symbol remained unexplained, and I was content to keep it that way. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind blows just right, I can hear a faint, metallic whisper carried on the breeze, and I wonder what ancient secrets are still sleeping in the heart of the mountain, waiting to wake up.